T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Checking, negative return.
Closer behind. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgie. Actually, that's going to be tomorrow's song. I just accidentally, it just started to play there towards the end. Yeah, I think I'm gonna play that song for tomorrow. I'm gonna leave that up there. I gotta write this down to myself. I'm gonna forget this if I don't. Let's see here. Texting to myself. All right, I got tomorrow's song already set up. So I guess what's the first thing I want to do is I probably, normally I start out with a little bit of technical analysis, but I think I'm going to kind of fill in some blanks from where we were at on the suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Let's just check it out here. This is going to be a little blinding, guys. I'm just kind of throwing a little warning out in advance. This will be bright. It is early morning. It's hard on my eyes. But let's take a look at this. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Let's put in our actual data and see what we're looking like, right? Because suck, squeeze, bang, blow is not gonna tell us where we're going. It's just gonna tell us where we're at. And we know that since we didn't have a huge pop in volume, we didn't have a huge pop in price, that we're not in the next phase yet. Although yesterday was a nice day, it's not what we're looking for the next phase of our cycle. So let's see. Overall price was at 37.91. Oh, come on, right in here. Yeesh. Computer don't like me. There we go. Oh boy. Computer having hard times today. 33,419,700 was our total volume for yesterday. Okay, so we were up 2.96 for the day yesterday, and we had a 33% increase on volume. Interestingly enough, the day before was a negative 33 decrease in volume. Let me make sure that yesterday's, because they update up to about 48 hours after the posting of the volume. They update it along the way, so I got to change the numbers as I see them change on the screen here. Okay, it looks like 2 days ago is still the same. Okay, so that's all correct now. And you can see we had a hit day yesterday, so we got hit, 4 misses, a hit, miss, hit, miss, hit. This is textbook right here. I mean, this is perfect textbook for the rule that I have defined for this period of time. Right? If I look back up here into the rule section, best identified when there's a sudden volume spike, which we had, was it 2 Thursdays ago? Price and volume may fluctuate during this time, but day over day price and volume hits should be signaling, right? And that's exactly what's happening right now. Hit, miss, hit, miss, hit. I mean, this is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. So textbook. So yesterday was a hit. Guess what today is going to be? Because if you're guessing miss, you just guessed it correctly. Today is going to be a miss day. Sandy's asking, what amount does it take for them to go in the money tomorrow? Let's take a look at that stuff. Let's see. I'll take you guys over to the other screen. First off, let's figure out who got points yesterday. I was the only one that didn't get a point. My estimation for price was 38.5 to 41.5, so I didn't get a point because it was 37.91. Eric gets a point, Adam gets a point, and Duncan gets a point. Nope, Duncan does not get a point. Duncan's high was 37.8. He missed it by 11 cents. That's rough. Eric and Adam. So let's give Eric and Adam their points. Let's go to True Demons information. A miss day is when both price and volume do not increase day over day. So in order to get hit, both price and volume have to be day over day increases. So that's the only way that's the only way you can get a hit for that signal, that hit or miss signal. It's just based on day over day volume increasing and price increasing. So hit days are anytime you have both of those increasing day over day. If you have one that hits and the other that doesn't hit, the total is a miss because you have to have both hitting. There's no partial hitting or missing. It's got to be both have to be over day over day. Let's see here. Short exempt volume. Let me look at that real quick here. I'm going to get to your question here in just a minute on the options. Short exempt volume for yesterday. 170.6. So that's up. That's good. Utilization, and I'll pull it up here in a minute, but I'm just going to check it myself real quick. Let's see. 86.94. So it did start to go back up again. And our day over day price was an increase of 2.96. So there we go. True Demons data is now updated. Dark pools, according to this, let me refresh it real quick. According to chartexchange.com, they reported a total dark pools of 56.84, which would roughly be about somewhere between 60 and 61, I think, on Stonko Tracker. Let me look at Stonko Tracker. Stonko Tracker is saying 61.9. So yeah, real close. Actually, 61.9 was the same amount in dark pools the day before. So 2 days in a row of 61.9. Even though volume was drastically different, there was the same exact amount of dark pool percentage traded into the dark pools. Let me refresh. Oh no, I did refresh Vortex. Let's see. Our short share interest, current estimated short share interest of free float is 17.74. The title for today of the show, and I think this may be why Azrul might have been a little happy about maybe what it was that I was going to be predicting. And good morning, JP. Is that drop in SSI and low volume, fasten up. I'm saying fasten up. I'm saying get ready because it's coming. I think that first day, our bang phase is probably going to be. I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be Monday. I think it could happen tomorrow, but I'm kind of guesstimating more like Monday. So we'll see. But and just like Azrul said, they're not going to let. They're obviously not going to let the options go into the money if they can't help it. So speaking of that, let's update our max pain. Max pain was $38 for yesterday. Today it is at $38 again. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take you guys back over to the other screen real quick here, because you're asking this question about where would be the most in the money positions, and I think this screen will help the most with seeing that. Let me just make sure I read your question one more time. What amount does it take for them to go in the money tomorrow? I'm assuming that when you say what amount does it take for them to go in the money for tomorrow, I think you're saying for the hedge funds. And our highest level of puts right now is at a $30 strike price. I think that is the same from yesterday. Let me just check it, make sure. Yeah. So $30 would be ideal for them being the hedge funds. You can see why 38 is kind of like the max pain number. It's equally damaging for both sides. Everybody's out of the money at 38 bucks. It's like basically like the perfect middle ground is 38 bucks. So anything higher than 38 would be great for the calls. Anything less than 38 would be great for the puts. So if that's I think that may be what you're asking, Sandy. Anything less than 38 bucks is going to be good for the put side, ending out the week. So at least as of right now, that's just based off of how the puts and calls are set up currently. That could change, right? After the end of today, that could definitely change. You know, and I am expecting a down day today, guys. You know, just based off of, I mean, if you look at this chart right here, this is a 30-minute interval, so you can see there's multiple days here. I drew this wedge out. You know, this wedge looks like it's a one. Basically, since our last run up from 2 Thursdays ago, 2 weeks ago, we had the run up, and we have a wedge formation occurring from that increase in price, and the breakout. I'm kind of estimating either Monday or Tuesday, but it could happen as early as Friday. But to keep us inside this wedge, we're going to have to probably move down in price today. You can see how close we are to the top edge here. So I'm kind of guesstimating that this thing will drop down to around 37, maybe even a little bit further. Maybe even as low as like maybe 36.50, somewhere around here, and then we might see it drive back up a little bit on Friday, and then maybe the really big breakout on Monday. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I think that seems realistic to me in my head. And it would, you know, it would work for the options as well. So taking you back to the stats page because I got to get the open interest here. Let me get the open interest and we'll move on. Let's take a look at institutional ownership. So this is something I'm really keeping an eye on. In the top right-hand corner, what you're going to see is institutional ownership up there. I got to fix that page real quick. There we go. Institutional ownership is on the top right-hand side. It's like the fourth line down. And it says institutional shares long, and it's got 138.1 million shares in there. So when I started tracking this, it would have been, I think, yesterday, and it was 138.06. So institutional ownership is up since then. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh it right now, and let's see what happens. Because if this starts dropping, my worry is that with DRSing shares, that we're going to see institutional ownership start dropping. The only negative thing about this, and I think I just updated it and it changed like a fraction. It was very, very small. Might have gone up a little bit more, but if we start seeing institutional ownership with DRS going down, that's bad. It's really, really bad for us. It's not a game ender, but it's definitely not a good thing. So the unfortunate thing with this is that institutional ownership isn't reported to Fintel for an extended period out. So we may not actually see this go down until it's the damage has been done, unfortunately. But I am going to continue to keep a really close eye on it because I think it's important to know what it is. So we'll keep a real close eye on that. Let's see. On the call side, open interest. Oh, I didn't update it. Let me update it. That's still last night's data. Okay. Highest level of call options is still at 40 with 30.1 thousand options. That's up from 26.2 from yesterday. So it didn't increase a whole lot. Yesterday, the put side was at $30, the highest level of open interest, and that's still the same, but it's dropped. So yesterday it was 17,000 shares. Sorry, 17,000 contracts open at a $30 strike price. Today it's 16.6. So they closed some positions. To me, that means that they're worried. That's a very strong indicator to me that they're worried about this thing taking off on them and getting out of control. So if you wanted to make the argument that this thing is going to bust out on Friday, this would be it right here. The fact that they're closing put positions that are deep out of the money at $30 is a good signal that we could be busting out of this wedge, this 12, 13, however many day wedge that was that I have drawn up. That could be a very good indicator that we might be moving or breaking out through there. At least somebody's worried about it, right? Because they closed off some of their positions. And you have to figure that they opened positions. Somebody had to have opened positions yesterday because we always see the numbers go up, and yet it still went down. So I think there might be some scared shorts. Scared shorts. Skidded shorts. They got skid tracks. We're going to start calling the hedge funds, our code word for hedge funds is going to be Mr. Poopy Pants. Because, that's what I'd be doing. If I was in their position, I'd be pooping my pants. All right, I guess I'm going to take you guys over to some of the other pages here. Right after I move them around. And let's go with Ortex next. Let's do this. Let's kind of take a look at and see what's changed. It looks like shares on loan went up. That's beautiful. We want to see that. We want to see shares on loan going up. That's super, super critical for what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So that has me bullish. Oh, yes. Yes. Looks like we're apexing out. Apex, I think that's the right terminology when you're hitting the very top of your trend. It looks like we're apexing out on the on-loan average age per day, which is good because the next thing that comes is the downtrend. And when we start seeing that coming down, we're real close to seeing a spike in price. So, yeah, that's good because I mean, let's throw up two different numbers here, right? These two different numbers. Do you see how the estimated short share interest went down several days, but when it hit the bottom, it hit when it hit bottom right here, it was about 2 days out from price starting to increase down here. But look at this. The on average age per day started going down a couple days after the estimated short share interest did, and it hit its bottom 1 day before the price went up. So if we come back over here to where we're at currently, we see this big drop here where estimated short share interest drops down, and it looks like it may have hit a bottom here. Not 100% sure on this, but it looks like it's hit a bottom. So next flag would be to see the on average age per day starting to go down, and this means that they're covering. Not covering, sorry. In a sense it's covering. What it means is that they're paying off some of their older loans, but they have to buy shares to do that, or they're forced to buy shares to do that. They may be kicking the can down the road, but they still have to do this. Being forced into buying shares off the market to accomplish this is what causes the price to go up. And so when you come in here and you look at your on loan amount and you see that our on loan amount went up from 113.1 yesterday to 114.1, they borrowed 1 million shares, right? That's what Ortex is saying. It's saying they borrowed 1 million shares yesterday, and they may be using those shares to pay down some of this on loan average age per day, but they're probably going to be buying shares as well. This is looking really sweet. I'm liking it. Very, very, very sweet. Chicken tendies. Guys, Popeyes or KFC? Or Cane's? Or Golden Chick? Which one's your favorite? Let's see here. let's figure out why our utilization went up. 114,190,000 divided by our total utilization, 8694, giving us 131.3 Canes. Yes, Canes. See, I didn't say it in the order that I liked it. I tried to say it in a different order. I like Canes too. It's the most meatiest. Total amount of shares, right? Here, well, yesterday the total amount of shares available to loan was 131.1. I just did the math on it. Today it's 131.3. Remember what I said? We need to get this number right here to match this max right here of 155. If we see this happen, this stock is just going to absolutely explode. Just explode like you won't believe. So 131.1, and it's moving up. So this is good. It's going in the right direction now because it was coming down. So now I'm going to subtract the amount of shares that are currently on loan from that number. Oops. We have 17. Okay, so I'm going to copy this number right here. This was yesterday's number. 18. Basically, they had 18 million shares available to loan. Transfer that over. Call it the right day. And today they have 17.153 million shares available to borrow. Doesn't mean that they can't find more. They'll find more shares to borrow if they need to borrow these. But you know, the most I think I've seen them borrow since I've really been keeping really good track of this is maybe like 9 million in a day. So 17.1 is quite a bit. Oh, no, I take that back. I think there was a 2-day span where they may have borrowed like 12 or 14 maybe. But yeah, I think 9 might have been the highest I've ever seen in a single day. I was bad last night, guys. I didn't take a picture of the shares borrowed last night. The last thing I saw was like 800,000. So I'm just kind of, I'm gonna look up. There's a guy out there who puts data out on Reddit, and I'll post this later as to what it is. But I was bad. I didn't track it last night. I forgot to take a screenshot. Yesterday we saw him borrow about 4.2 million shares. So think about that for a second, right? We saw them physically borrow 4.2 million shares. It's saying here on Ortex that they loaned out 1 million. So they used 3.2 million shares for something else, right? And it may have been to suppress the price yesterday. That's a lot of shares to suppress the price. It's a lot of shares. So we'll see how many they borrow today. All right, moving on. Enough time on this. Make sure you guys are looking at the right thing here. Okay. Orders by Fidelity customers. I can't read your guys' comments right now. Sorry. You'll have to give me just a minute for me to be able to read those. Orders by Fidelity customers. We are not on the top 10 list currently. A lot of people are DRSing, buying shares through DRS. You know, that's their prerogative. You know, I'm pretty convinced into believing that that's really kind of not a good thing for us. But you know, you do you. You know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you can't do it. You got to do what you think is right. But I'm building a case. I'm building a very strong case right now, and I'm still working on it. And today, guys, is the day that Computer Share is supposed to be buying my 1 share from my test run on buying a single share and selling a single share through them and seeing what it looks like. So hopefully I get a notification today at some point that they've purchased the share. That would be really exciting to see. We are in 11th position with currently 49% buys to 51% sells. Not good. GME is in 26th position right now with 57% buys to 43% sales. Or to, sorry, Stonko Tracker. Holy moly, they borrowed some shares today. Whoa. Okay, let's figure this out. Oh, they're borrowing today. They're gonna do something. Okay, let me write this down. I'm gonna have to math this one. 0.65 plus 0.07 plus let's see, 7.6 down to 5.7, so 1.9 plus then 5.7 down to 3.4. 4, 5, 6, 7, so 2.3. I'm just kind of rounding. They have borrowed 4.92 million. I'm just going to round it slightly up to 5. I'm not trying to get an exact number, but I'm just going to go ahead and round this up to 5. So 5 million shares borrowed for this morning. They only borrowed 4.2 yesterday, so they're going to try to do something today. They're going to make a move. Whether or not it's using these shares to pay down old loans, or whether they're going to use these shares to try and drop the price, I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to use them, but that's a lot of shares. 5 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day is it's pretty big. There's 23.6 million, or sorry, 20, I always do this. There's 23.6 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. There's 147 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. Still got about that 283,000 out of the money long calls, which we know from Bigham's video that's where they try to hide a lot of the stuff, a lot of the shenanigans. I need to go back and rewatch this video. I really do. How did they do in China last night? Let's see. China down. China was down a little bit last night, so we might see some down market. I did see some information about in the news about defaults and whatnot going on over there. So that news could be what's causing their stocks to go down. The Shenzhen was down. Looks like it was just fractionally down on the Shenzhen. Yeah, I would expect to see a bit of a down day today overall in the market. Hence, us having a down day as well, probably. Like I said, I think we'll kind of finish somewhere around like 36.50, probably. Guesstimating 36.50, maybe 37. Robinhood is down 0.05%. Amazon is up 0.64. Cinemark is up 0.92. Doge is up 1.05. GameStop is up 0.93, and we are down 0.29% on the day today. Yesterday, our outflow exceeded our inflow by nothing. Like, I mean, it was like the outflow was up by $100,000. That's about it. So we had more outflow than inflow, yet we were up almost up 3% for the day today, or yesterday. That's pretty crazy. On a 1 hour interval, way more buying pressure than selling pressure right now. RSI is only at 59.26. We got plenty of room to move up on the 1 hour interval. As Rule, you were asking me about, whether or not today is going to be an up day. Based on this hour chart right here, I would say that we're going to continue to move up, which may be why they're borrowing so many shares. They're really going to have to work to push the price down. On a 30-minute interval, however, it crossed over 30 minutes ago to more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI is at 59.07, so it's above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 47.67. So I would imagine we're going to have a really strong push here right off the get-go. Right off the get-go, I feel like we're going to get a pretty strong push. See if they can't kind of discourage investors, from buying the stock. But you know how that goes. A lot of times we see it at those dips as like opportunities to buy. So, yeah, thanks for the discount, right? Fire sale. Sometimes I think that backfires on them. It's got to be so weird. It's got to be so weird. Being one of these institutional guys and seeing investors, retail investors, changing their entire trading philosophy overnight and having to just deal with that. That's got to be pretty rough. As Rule's saying, some are saying that DRSing would force brokers to buy real shares. Any thoughts? No, I would disagree with that. In fact, it doesn't. All right, so there's a misconception on what a real share is. There's only supposed to be, when we talk about the float, right? If we come over here and we pull it up, the float says 511.65 million shares, or how many are supposed to be in existence in the free float. The way they get this number is they just simply take how many total shares are out, which is 513.33 million, subtract the not institutional owners, the insiders. They subtract the insider share ownership from those numbers, and that gives you your free float, right? And so your free float is basically how many shares that are supposed to be in existence. Now, it is perfectly legal for hedge funds to create synthetic shares, and they keep a record of this, and the DTC keeps a record of this. They know how much is out there. If they didn't know how much was out there, how would they know when to create margin calls? They would have to know the ratios of everything in order to figure out when to margin call people. So you have this instance basically where everybody seems to think these synthetic shares, there's this actual difference between a synthetic share and a real share. And what I'm telling you is that when you buy a share, your broker has to go out there and buy a share. Now that share may be a synthetic share, but it's still considered a real share. It's real. For all intents and purposes, it is a real share. Even though the total of the amount of shares that are out there, like at the very minimum, the number that I have, and I'll put it up on the screen here, 2.37. At the very minimum, we have 2.37 billion shares that are out there in existence. Every single share is real. They're real, 100%. Now, a lot of people think that DRSing shares over to DRS is going to create an instance where once they've locked up the float in DRS shares, that will create a situation where AMC will be forced to do a share recall or a share count. I'm not sure which way you want to look at it. It's recall is what they're looking for. Some people may be misusing terms, but it should be a share recall. It won't happen. I'm going to tell you right now, it won't happen. And it's because the institutions who own shares have to request the shares back that they have on loan, and they have to agree to that. AMC can say it all they want. They can be like, well, we want our shares back, but if the institutions don't want to call back their loans, they're not required to. And so it's up to the institutions, our brokers, to decide whether or not they want to call back their loans. And they may not want to. They may like the fact that they're making money right now, and they may be like, nope, sorry, not doing it. And so AMC can ask for a share recall, but it's up to the institutions. If they're not gonna do it, it's not gonna happen. There will be no share recall. GME, I have proof of this. You may be going like, how in the world can you know this? And I have proof. GME actually tried to do this. GME tried to do the same exact scenario where they found out that they had way more shares in existence than they were supposed to have, and so they tried to do a share recall, and guess what? Failed. 100% failed. Otherwise, they would have had a recall already. And so that's where we're at. We stand there. I can link you guys to the DD where they, that shows you all that if you want me to. But our shares are our shares, guys. You own real shares. Even though they may be synthetics, they're real shares. Your share is not any less important than any other share. They are all equal. Now, however, I'm going to throw a little caveat in here. This is the big thing, right? Go to Google. I'm gonna pull up a Google page here. Careful, it's gonna blind you maybe a little bit. I'm gonna pull up a Google screen and I'm just gonna show you because this is a huge misconception about what DRSing is. Just type in what is a DRS share, right? Real simple. DRS, Direct Registration System, is a service offering by the get this is the part that's key. Who's it offered by? The Depository Trust Company. The Depository Trust Company is DTC. That provides registered shareholders of the issuer with the option of holding their assets, shares, on the books and records of the transfer agent. It's still registered and provided by DTC. When you DRS your shares, you are still part of DTC. The only way you get out of DTC is by, instead of a physical stock certificate. Now, if you want your actual physical share in your name, in your hands, out of DTC, you need a physical stock certificate. That's the only way. That's it, period. No other way out. So this whole thing with everybody going in there and going like, oh, well, we're going to DRS our shares because we went out of the DTC, so they can't do the whole fuckery in the black pool kind of thing. And I go like, you know what? You guys are smoking crack. You're smoking crack because that's not what this is about. If you're buying DRS shares, you're still in the DTC. The only way you get out is with a physical stock certificate. That's it. It's the only way out. And it doesn't even take more than a Google search to say what is a DRS share to figure this out. That's it. It's simple. And I just don't understand like how so many people have. I feel like I'm in like the Twilight world. Like how this is like the easiest of DD you could possibly do, and to find out, whether or not you're getting out of DTC, and nobody's even doing like a simple Google search on this. I don't get it. I really just don't get it. So, but yeah, your shares in your broker are your shares, and they're real shares. And they may not be in your name, but you own it. If you go, let's say, for example, you went to Bank A. I don't want to use specific bank names. Let's say you go to Bank A and you say, I want a car loan for $30,000. And Bank A says, oh, yeah, sure, we'll cut you a loan for $30,000. Here you go. Here's $30,000. And then you go to Bank B and you put that money into Bank B. And we'll call Bank B your broker, right? And you put that money into a savings account because you're not really, because we talked about cars last night, right? So you're not really sure which car you want yet. You're still kind of deciding between that, that Dodge Challenger and that, Audi or something, whatever it is that you're trying to decide. And so, but you got your money over there in Bank B sitting there in the savings account. Is that money your money? 100% it is your money. Is that bank using your money to do whatever it is the heck they want to do with your money? Heck yes, they are. Of course they are. How do you think banks make money? They make money because you have stuff in there. You have money in the bank in the first place. That's how they make money. They make money off your money. How do brokers make money? They make money off of your shares. That's how they do it. And that's how the cycles happen. The whole reason that we have stock prices moving up is because our brokers are forcing hedge funds to hedge against the shares that they are loaning out. And that's what's creating volume. You DRS all your shares and you take them outside of your brokers, and your brokers aren't doing anything for you anymore. They're not. They're like, okay, well, you're gone. I'm gone too. See ya. And they don't want to be a part of AMC. They really don't. Call your broker up and ask them, should I buy AMC? And if they, and just see what their reaction is to you saying, I've got money and I'd like to invest in AMC. Do you think that's a good choice? And see what they say. I guarantee you, I know what they'll say. Normally on Thursdays we have a good day. Well, let's hope so, Sandy. I am completely okay with being wrong today. Trust me. I really hope I'm wrong. I would love to see this break out today, and I can't wait. I cannot wait for this to break out. I mean, I think we're all in the same boat on this, right? Like, let's get this thing going. Let's get this party started. Let's get this party started. Yeah. Can't wait. Where was I? Oh, I think I'm done. I'm done preaching. That's where I was. I'm done preaching to you guys. I'm going through the news to see what's tied to each one of these. Oh, looks like Cinemark just got a new CFO, Melissa Thomas. It's the company's executive vice president and chief. Chief what? Has been appointed as the company's executive vice president and chief. Isn't CFO chief financial officer? Wait. Maybe I feel like I'm stupid here for a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, chief financial officer. That's right. Why did they just call her a chief? Maybe the article title was too long and they had to cut it off. They could have just put CFO. I don't know. It's weird. Weird article. Okay, well, Cinemark has a new CFO and an executive vice president. That's cool. Hopefully they get some good work. I really, I know that Cinemark is a direct competitor to us, but I am a huge proponent of not having monopolies. And one of the things I'm worried about is with AMC, if the market crashes, I am kind of worried about Cinemark. I'm a little worried about Cinemark. I think they're being shorted right now, and I hope they can survive. I haven't really looked into them to see what it is that they've got going on, but here we go. GameStop news. GameStop nears the end of a large pennant. What's next? You know what? Let me look at something real quick here because I'm confused now. I feel like I'm. Because I really don't like what they're. Yeah, see, I don't like this. I don't like what they're calling a pennant right here. I think they're misnaming this, and let me show you why. This is a teaching moment for me and you. So here's the thing. Like you guys know what a pennant is, right? You ever gone to a football game, baseball game, whatever? It's a flagpole, and the flag part of it that hangs off of it, the whole thing, I guess, would be considered a pennant, right? And what you see right here in this pattern, this is not the pennant, right? This is a pennant would be something that had a flagpole. This is just the flag part. You need the flagpole in order for it to be a pennant. And so if I drag this over, this is from Investopedia, right? If you look up what a pennant is, come on, Investopedia. I'm gonna blind you guys. 3, 2, 1. Ah, it didn't work. Blinding. Here comes 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, that's dark. That's really bright. There we go. This is a pennant, right? Flagpole that goes up and then it trades a little bit, does what's considered consolidation inside of a wedge, and then you have a breakout. This is known as a bullish pennant, right? Because the flagpole, it looks like a regular flagpole. When it's inverted and you have the flagpole going down, and then then the pennant is upside down, then the breakout's going to go down instead of up, and that's a bearish pennant. So the whole premise, here's one right here, right? Flagpole, wedge. This whole thing right here is a pennant, right? And yet here they are. They're over here. Who is this? Benzinga calling this a pennant when in actuality this would have been the flagpole right here, but there was no pennant off the top of it, which would have been in this area. They're trying to call the whole thing a pennant. Well, if you zoom way back out, GameStop's price is like way down here. I don't know. Let's check it out. Let's check it out on the actual stock and see if it's actually a pennant. Am I on Jimmy? I don't see a pennant. It's not a pennant. It's a wedge. That's a wedge. That's the picture that they were showing us right there. So they're drawing this. They're drawing that. And they're saying that's a pennant. And it's like, no, I don't see a flagpole on this thing. There's no flagpole. It's not a pennant, guys. It's a wedge. And the thing about, and there's a big difference between a pennant and a wedge. And the difference is that on a wedge, you don't know if it's going to go up or down. There's indicators that can tell you, or give you an idea which way it's going to break out. But you don't, I don't fully know which way it's going to go. There might be guys out there who have bazillions of years of institutional investing that helps them to identify, and they could probably tell you really easily which way this is going to break out. But for me, this is a wedge. A pennant is very obvious which direction it's going to go, and a wedge not so much. In fact, what I would say is that normally speaking, not always, but normally speaking on wedges, when I see them, the direction that the price is hovering at more tends to be the direction on which way it's going to break out. Although price is starting to increase right towards the end here, so. But yeah, maybe it's just me being picky, I guess, about what it is that they're calling it. But whatever. About 3 minutes until we get to the pokey stick of volume. Thoughts on when AMC is gonna squeeze? Free us. Welcome to the channel. In the description box, I have thanks to Monty, one of the new viewers a week or two ago came on here and asked, basically asked me a bunch of interview questions almost. And I took that as a sign that I really need to just start telling people what my views are. And so if you look in the description box of the channel, I went ahead and put in some golden rules, some participation levels for apes, and then a bunch of questions. And one of them is in there about when is AMC going to squeeze. So I think the question that a lot of people kind of ask in a more roundabout way is it going to squeeze this year? And so I put my thoughts in there. If you want me to elaborate more on it, let me know, and I'll be glad to elaborate. I really love questions, so don't ever feel like I'm not trying to shovel you onto the description thing, but if you want to know more about me and the viewpoints that I have, because I figure if you're going to invest time in getting to know who I am, it's fair for me to put that out there. There's no sense in you spending time listening to me if you don't agree with me, unless you like a train wreck. So, I think that's why a lot of people like watching Lou. I did. I liked watching Lou for a while because I felt like I was watching clowns fall out of a train wreck in slow motion. And I'm not trying to diss on him, by the way. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say he's a clown. I'm just saying the guy is entertaining. It would be entertaining to see clowns falling out of a train in slow motion. provided nobody's getting hurt. I'm imagining everybody's landing on bubble wrap or something crazy. There's something I was going to touch on, but I can't remember what it was. No, that's me typically, right? Memory. Oh yeah, I think I was talking about the name of the show for the day. Drop in SSI, low volume, fasten up. Good morning, Jamie's Healing Hands. Good to see you. I should just call you Jamie. I don't know why I say your whole thing there every time. But good morning, Jamie. Drop in SSI, low volume, and fasten up is the title for today. I never really thought about it too much, I guess, and I guess it is kind of clickbaity-ish. I'm not saying we're taking off today. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that I'm seeing some good indicators of what's to come. I'm by no means trying to predict that today's the day or anything like that. So if today is the day, that's not why I titled the title what it is, just so you know. In fact, I really don't think it's gonna. I actually think today's gonna be a down day. But I think it's part of the process on getting to where it is we need to get to. That's right, just in time for the Pokey Stick, 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume. And there it is. Sure enough, a whopping 22,000 shares traded in the 7 a.m. Pokey Stick. Well, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Pokey Stick of volume. One of these days, somebody's going to ask me. They're going to be like, "What is that? Why does that happen?" I don't know, guys. I don't know. I've heard a lot of different theories as to what causes this, and I'm not sure what to believe. And I've never actually gotten a edumacated answer from somebody who's edumacated. So it'd be a great question to ask somebody. Like one of these days, one of these guys that are getting interviewed by Charles Payne. They should, ask him some questions and be like, "Hey, Charles, what's the deal here? What, we got some questions on our mind. What is this 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume?" And of course, Charles is going to be like, "Pokey Stick of what?" We're going to be like, "No, that's what it's called. We called it that." But yeah, so some of the theories that I've heard is some of the orders that were put in the aftermarket hours that weren't actually cleared go through when the market quote unquote kind of opens back up. The system kind of, I guess, settles everything. This is like settlements that are occurring at this period of time. But I don't know that I fully agree with that, and I'll tell you why. One of the strangest things that I've noticed as a trend is that whatever your total pre-market volume is, from basically at I'm going to go ahead and say 4 o'clock my time because that's what it is. From 4 o'clock my time until 7, those 3 hours, whatever volume you've accumulated in that period of time, this pokey stick of volume tends to be almost double that amount. So whatever this amount is right in here, this doubles it. Not quite. Sometimes it doubles it, sometimes it does a little more, sometimes it does a little less, but it's pretty close to double. So if you come in here and you look at this amount, it was 22.6, right? You double that, that's 44.4. Our total volume is 45.8, right? So yeah, it's, if you subtracted these two right here, it'd probably be almost dead on double. So that kind of seems fishy to me, right? Like, how could that be last night's orders closing, and it miraculously gets the, orders settled in exactly half the volume of whatever the pre-market trades in? It doesn't quite. Oh, you can't see me. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm not sure if I buy that answer. Another answer that I've heard is trying to remember what the other. There was two. I've only heard two explanations for it. The other it's been a while. The other explanation was something to do with I can't remember. It's been a while. Yeah, so, but I just call it my pokey stick of volume because I don't know what it is. But it sure really helps me to figure out what our daily volume is going to be. Speaking of which, we're low. We're very, very, very low. When you said is to watch your thoughts when AMC and GME are going to squeeze, where you said is to watch your thought. Oh, it should be in the description box of the show, but you know, I'll pull it up here. I'll read it. I actually have it on the screen here. I'll read it for you. If you can't find it, it's actually like the third question down, and it says, "Do you think the stock will squeeze before the end of the year?" And the answer that I wrote was, "I really hope so. We all really hope so." But if you don't violate rule number 1, it shouldn't really matter. Imagine trying to rush the best meal you've ever made. How will that turn out for you? You know, and my rule number 1, the golden rule number 1 for buying this stock or when you're doing an AMC play is to never buy more than you're willing to lose. So if you haven't purchased more shares, or you know, if you haven't put enough money into this that you're not willing to lose, then it's not going to affect you how long this is going to take. And I know that's such a generic answer. That feels like a politician's answer, right? Like, well, duh. but it's true though, right? Like you wouldn't care when this thing's going to close out if you only had money in there that you didn't care what was going to happen to it. And so if you care about when this is going to squeeze, then you're probably putting in too much money, or you have put in too much money, and that's okay. You know, that's okay. That's everybody makes decisions, and sometimes they're not always right. I know I have, but that's going to lead you to feel or have pressures to get this over with. Like, when can we get this over with? Right? And you don't want to kind of have those pressures when you're trading. If you feel like you need to rush something when it comes to trading stocks, then you're probably going to lose money. And I play a lot of poker, so I like to kind of relate things to poker. Think of it like this. Let's say you get dealt the best hand you can in poker, which is ace-ace, right? What happens when the flop comes out and you say all in, excitedly, hurriedly? Let's get this over with, all in. Who's going to call you? Nobody. They know what's in your hand. It doesn't matter. I mean, they might decide to try and get lucky on you because maybe they have something like king king or something like that. But you know, and you might get lucky. You might have some kind of draw like that. But for the most part, though, like when you try to rush things, you're not going to make the money you could have made. So relax. Try to take it easy. Take some deep breaths. This is like a fine stew, and it's going to take time to get to where it needs to get to, and it'll happen when it's ready to happen. So when do I think it's going to happen? I hope this year. I really do. I thought it should have happened in June. And quite honestly, in my opinion, and maybe an unpopular opinion, but I'll throw it out there, if it hadn't been for AMC doing a share dilution of 51.5 million shares in June, I think we would have squoze. I really do. And I was upset about that for a while. I was really upset about that. Luckily, I wasn't doing this show at the time because I was really upset. Because, why was I upset? I wanted to rush things. So, you have to kind of get that zen. You have to get into that place of zen when it comes to AMC, of just letting it happen. Because when you try to rush things, things like DRSing your shares become options to you, and it shouldn't be. You know, especially when you start investigating things and you find out what it really is and what it does. You'll look at it and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, that may not be such a good idea." So, my opinion. Doesn't have to be yours. Finishing up my coffee here. Coffee's good in the mornings, but I think I need to go heat this. But Frias, welcome to the channel. I have what I feel is like a lot of things to offer you guys. I do have what I feel is like a good exit strategy for the stock and its play and its MOASS. I'm going to be redoing a presentation on that in the future because I didn't like how I did the first one. I got some constructive feedback, and I think I can make it much, much better. So it'll be its own standalone video, which I'll do in the future again. Again, there's no rush on it because we don't need to know an exit strategy quite yet. Oh, and I can tell you right off the bat, number one rule why I wouldn't DRS my my shares is because it violates rule number 3, which is to make sure that you have a broker who can trade in the pre-market and after-hour trading session. And if you cannot do that, that is the wrong place to have your shares. Doesn't matter who it is. Any broker that you find, if they don't have that ability, you're going to have maybe at the very top amount, you might have an hour, probably less, more like 20 minutes to make a decision as to, whether or not you're going to exit at the correct time. And if you miss that, you'll be waiting for the next cycle in dips. And, it could actually happen the same day, but it will still only be like a 20-minute period of time. So, yeah, absolutely. No problem for us. That's what I'm here for. I'm here all day long. I'm trying to help out the ape community as much as I possibly can. This is if I help you, I'm helping me. So the better that we all do, we all are making out because of it. So it only behooves me to help you. Is that right? Is that the right word? Behooves? Sometimes I feel like I'm just making up words. Okay, it's kind of close. It's appropriate or suitable. It befits. It's close. It works. I'm trying to respond to a Reddit post here real quickly. Let me, I feel like this is kind of important, so give me just a second here, guys. Interesting. They are changing the search engine to say something different. Very, very, nope, that's not right. I feel like I've talked enough about DRS stuff to you guys already, and so that's what this is about, and I don't really want to talk about it more without boring the crap out of you guys, but it is boring to hear me just typing as well, so sorry. Um, okay. Yeah, so again, I think as far as price prediction goes for the day for me, those of you who are new to the channel, um, yeah, that's in there. That's in there too, free in the description box. If you pull up the description box on the channel, it's in there. I mean, I'll go ahead and read it to you if you really want. Um, that one's kind of a long answer. Let me finish this comment that I'm going to make about price prediction for the day today. But just so you guys know that these price predictions are more for fun than anything. It's not just um, it's not a bound thing. I'm not trying to. In fact, I'm really bad at it. I'm really bad at guessing the price. Anybody will tell you that I am out of the three admins that I have that guess, and myself, I am the worst at this. So don't ever try to use me as a price predicting source, because that's not what I'm about. I'm the volume guy. I'm all about the volume, all about the base. I'm all about the base. The base is down here, the volume. And so if you want to ask me about volume, that I'm much better predicting than price. But we put out a price prediction. Four of us put out a price prediction every day, and we do it to bet beers and ice cream over. And it's just a good way to keep ourselves sharp on the stock and making sure that we're following things. And it's not meant to try and give you guys like some kind of indicator as to what the price is actually be, because sometimes we've had days where all four of us miss our price predictions by like all four of us. There was a couple weeks ago, where all four of us missed 2 days in a row, and it was weird. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. I'll read to you the how high do I think the prices go right after I look at NJ Fish Killers. True or false? When squeeze occurs, it will continue to squeeze until shorts cover, losing lots of money, or people start offloading shares. I'm going to say true. Yeah, I think the answer is just true. When squeeze occurs, it will continue to squeeze until shorts cover, losing lots of money, or people start offloading shares. So the important thing to realize when it comes to margin calls is that I don't know what the margin is. You don't know what the margin is. None of us know what the margin is. And once the margins have been successfully filled, the margin call stops. And so we don't know what that value number, that number of shares that need to be covered for. So, but it will be some kind of magic number, and that's it's really tricky. It's really tricky to try and figure that out. But if we follow the volume and we follow the dips, you can certainly get a really good idea when you're on the backside. Yeah, that's really important. NJ Fish Killer, super important trying to figure out the backside. So I have a way to figure that out. And I've used it. I modeled it out on GME because it really pissed me off that I couldn't figure out like what the heck the backside was going to be. I kind of like I modeled out GME and I looked at it and I was like, there's no way I wouldn't have sold. I would have sold it $100. I would have been a paper-handed, excuse my French, but I would have been a paper-handed bitch and sold for $100 because there's no way that your stock price goes up to like $135, drops down to $60, like half, right? 50%, 60% loss on your share price, and then goes back up to $150 and then starts to drop back down to $100 that you don't sell. Like how do you avoid selling during that, right? And there's actually a really good way to figure it out, and it all has to do with volume and dip sizes. Those are your two key indicators for getting out of a squeeze. And if you go back, I could take you back. It was great. We had a perfect example of this on CEI. Everybody's trading out CEI because it's this awesome play on the side, right? And I told everybody, I said, here would have been the place to get out of CEI because volume started decreasing and the dip over dip size started decreasing on the same day on the 29th. That would have been your exit point out of CEI. And it's going to happen on this stock. It happened to GME, it happened to Tesla, it happened to VW. I checked them all. And same thing happens every time. And you can basically assure yourself that you're going to be on the backside of the squeeze and probably within about 20 to 25% of the top. Now, you may sit there and think to yourself like, well, 20% is not really close to the top. That's kind of far. It's like 1/5 of the way down. And I go like, if you think you're going to time the top of this squeeze play, you're going to be wrong. You're going to be dead wrong. And because there's no way for you to know what the top's going to be. You just can't possibly predict the top. And so if you're going to sell on the backside, you have to look for the indicators that show you when you're on the backside. This is so important. It is so important because nobody talks about this stuff. Nobody talks about what to look for on the backside. They just say sell on the backside, but how do you know where the backside is? If you're at $130 and it drops down to 60 and then it goes back up to 150 and then it drops down to 60 again, that looks like a backside to me. And then 3 days later it hits $400, So, but yeah, I'm gonna walk you guys through this. I promise you, I'm gonna walk you through it. I'm gonna explain everything. I'm gonna show you guys what it is that you're looking for, so that I expect communications to become very, very poor when we start to MOASS, and so there's a very good chance that I may not be able to help you to see where the backside is or where I'm going to be selling my position, because I'm not telling you when to sell. You have to make that decision. But if it comes to that point to where I'm not able to communicate with you, you'll be able to figure it out on your own, right? And this is about learning, right? I want you to be able to do this on your own. I don't want to have to sit there and tell you what to do. That is not the goal of this. This is the goal of me trying to show you how, from past history, we can identify what the backside of a squeeze looks like. That's the goal. As far as how to exit, I kind of posted up a link a long time ago. There was a really good link. I actually have it still. I will go ahead and provide you this link. I only subscribe to the last portion of what it is that this person posted on there. And as soon as I open it up here, I'll tell you what I'll post the link in here. Because there's a lot of different exit strategies, because I'm sitting here telling you when to sell, but how you sell is a different story. I'm quite honestly not exactly sure myself at this point how I'm going to sell. But when I'm going to sell, I very definitely know when I'm going to. So let me go ahead and find what it is that I saved. Let me see if I can find it. I save a lot of stuff, so give me just a second here. List of good and bad brokers. I know I saved it. I just got to figure out which one it is here. Hmm. Weird. I'm not seeing it now. I'm positive. All right, so I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna go on break here in just a minute or two here after I answer some more questions. But I'm not seeing the saved post, and I know I had it in here somewhere. It may just be escaping right this second, or I may have to actually find it again. But either way, there is some really good ways to figure out when you're going to, or what I would recommend doing is just going on and looking up how to exit your positions on Reddit somewhere, and there's actually a lot of different methods out there that are really good. If you want to bring one up to me and ask me if I think that it's a good method, I'd be more than willing to take a look at it, because yeah, I'd love to see it too. But there is a method out there that talks about kind of exiting in a structured format, to where you do kind of like a stepping down uh, reduction of shares as the price is increasing. So that's something to think about. I'll try to find it if I can find the link here pretty soon. But yeah, I'll get the link to you before the end of the day today. Or if I see you again and you don't get it, I'll make sure I get it to you. They said some brokers did not. Wait, make sure I'm catching up here. As Rule said, they said some brokers did not even buy your shares but took your money. You get an IOU. This one I know I have. I know I have the link to this one because I just saw it. And I posted this I think yesterday. The list of good brokers and bad brokers. Like, I mean, you know, you can't guarantee what's going to happen this time around, but you can certainly take information from the past and use it to your advantage. But that link that I just posted right there is a list of anywhere from terrible brokers to great brokers based off of what they did during the last squeeze in January. So take it with a grain of salt, right? Because things might change. You know, you never know who knows what's going to happen, and you know whether or not the companies are going to do the same thing they did from the previous time. But I would expect that some of those are probably going to stick to what it is that they did in the past. So it might be a good list to kind of go over and cover to see if it's something that to see if you're in with a broker that you think is a good broker based on that list. Are you going to make a video, or are you going to be live telling us when you're on the backside? Is both. I'm going to make a video so that you can just watch it to see if you can learn how to identify it on your own. I plan to be live when it happens. However, I do want to preface that with the idea that it very well could happen in the pre-market or after-hour trading sessions. Based on past history, that's a very good chance. It's a very good chance it could happen in the pre-market and after hours. Now, I do pre-market. Partially, what reason I do pre-market hours in the mornings is because it's a pretty good time. It's a pretty good time to guesstimate when it might happen. If I suspect that it's going to happen in the aftermarket hours on a specific day, I'm going to stay on. I will stay on live. Whether or not YouTube gets cut out or doesn't get cut out, I can't control that. I do have a backup Twitch account set up, so I can move over to that. But if that gets shut down too, then you know the best next option is for you to be able to watch and learn from the video that I'm going to be doing. But I haven't done it yet. So I did put together a presentation, and you can find it in some of my past videos. You'll see it where it says how to identify what a SPF is, and this is a coined term that I have coined myself. It's called a synthetic price failure. I like to think of it as like suntan lotion, right? So SPF, in other words. Hedge funds like to put on SPF when the green candlesticks are so bright it's burning the crap out of them. And so that's kind of how I think about it. But if you go in there and you look through some of my videos and you see something in there about how to identify an SPF, I did a presentation. The presentation was actually really crappy. I can improve. I know I can, and so that's why I'm going to do a standalone video, because I did do it at the end of a day on a live stream. But if you always go to my description boxes, they have timestamps in the description box for a specific period of time, and you can just click on the blue timestamp and it'll take you right to that point in time in the video, and you can watch from there instead of having to watch the entire thing to see what you're looking for. Yeah, no problem, Fish Killer Man. I mean, like I said before, like if I help you, it helps me, right? And exactly the opposite. If you help me, I help you. We're in a community, and you know we're working together here. We're all employees together here. You know what I mean? Like this is a team effort. It's a team effort, and the more educated that I am, and the more educated that you are, the better that we'll do. So it benefits me to make sure that we're all right. What's the mantra? Apes together strong. And if we're not together, then we're just kind of like haphazardly, like all over the place. Yeah, that's okay, Frias. Frias said, I don't know how to sell either. Haha, don't have that many shares either. So this is a really important topic and something that you need to do. I don't know who your broker is, but I would highly suggest, like, usually people carry at least a couple dollars of free settled cash in their accounts. If you do have like a buck or two, what I would highly recommend that you do is I would find like a penny stock that's out there that looks good to you. I'm not going to recommend anything, but find something that looks good to you and go in there and make some trades. Figure out how the trading system works for your broker, because there is nothing worse than being in the middle of a MOASS and not knowing how to do what it is that you need to do and trying to figure that out. You will panic. You will get cold sweats. You will pull your hair out. You will cry. yeah, don't put yourself in that situation. Know how your broker works, know how your system works. Go trade some shares of something that's something of no significance. You don't care if you lose $2, right? It's a good learning lesson for the tools that you're going to be using in the future. Go do that. That's the whole reason that I'm buying a share through Computer Shares, so you guys can see the process. See the process of what it looks like to buy a share through them, to sell a share through them. That's important things to know. You don't want to be in a MOASS and not know how that stuff works. This is your opportunity of a lifetime. Don't mess it up. Be informed. All right, guys. I'm gonna go to break. Past time. I'm gonna come back. As a result, I'm gonna come back at 8:20, so like 10 minutes before market open. And let's see. I'll leave you guys with some music here. Let me pick something out. Let's see what we got. Give me just a second. I should do this stuff in the mornings, but I wake up like 30 minutes before I start the show, and I think I spend most of that time just trying to decide what song I'm going to play and what title I'm going to give the show for the day. I look at the stock, and I try to decide where we're moving to and what would make the most sense. So I was kind of like, I'm not very well prepared on some of this music that I throw out. So if it's ever sucky music, let me know and I won't put it up the next time the next time I go on break. I change it. I try to change it up every day, but sometimes it gets stale. Or sometimes it's just bad music. All right, this should work for me. Like I said, I'll see you guys back here at about 8:20, 10 minutes before the market opens, and we'll see what happens for the day today. I am expecting a down day, but we'll see what happens. I would love to be wrong. All right, see you guys in a bit. Okay, guys, I'm back. Let's see what you guys are saying here. LFG from Sammy. Morning, Crazy Pepe. I see AMC is on the rise until the market opens. Sandy says, as rule, saying pre-market rise equals downward action right after the market opens. I mean, yeah, it's like, I mean, I know it sounds kind of stupid to say it's either up or down though, right? I mean, it either starts out like super up or super down. One of these days, I would just like to kind of see the stock kind of just kind of open up, looking kind of normal. You know, maybe just kind of some normal price action, and then maybe a little up, maybe a little down, instead of just these like violent swings in the very beginning. I mean, it's just kind of like, man, geez, control yourself. But yeah, I would say that there's actually a decent pattern trend going on here. Let's see if it fits the bill for a ascending parallel channel. There's a possibility to that. Not so much. If there was a channel set up here, it would have, it's breaking out now. Obviously, an ascending parallel channel is going to bring bullish movement. Sorry, I always get that backwards. It's going to bring a bearish movement where you're going to break out going down. I always get it backwards, guys. I don't know what it is. It's the dyslexia or something. I don't know. Blame it on the ADD, right? When in doubt, blame it on the ADD. It's my ADD, baby. Let's see what we got going here. There was something I was gonna tell you guys. Oh yeah, how many of y'all watch Good Mythical Morning? I'm kind of a fan. I used to watch them a lot more than I do now that I YouTube. I do watch people still, but outside of AMC, it probably doesn't happen as much as it used to. But I do enjoy me some Good Mythical Morning. And oh, you never heard of Good Mythical Morning? You gotta look that up. Those guys are funny. I think they're funny. I don't know. It's just me. It won't be as funny to you if you don't know what it is, but there's a guy on the show that has like this red beard and kind of like a strawberry blonde hair. And I woke up this morning and I had taken a shower before I'd gone to bed, so the hair got to have a party last night while I was sleeping. And I woke up this morning, my hair was standing up just like that guy on Good Mythical Morning. And I had like that bouffant that was like 2 feet off the top of your head kind of thing going on. If only I was half as funny as that guy. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Let's refresh some stuff here. Actually, what I really want to check right now is I'm gonna take a look at the shares available to borrow, because there was some heavy loaning going on this morning. Super heavy loaning going on this morning. And as it stands right now, there's still lending going on. So I'm going to record down what it is that they've lent so far so it doesn't get out of track and I lose track of what's happening. So let's see. 100 there. So that puts us up to what? 5 million. 6.3. 6.4 million shares borrowed for the day today, guys. That's pretty hefty. That's really getting up there. Wow. I mean, that's pretty significant. 9 million would be super high, right? 6 million is pretty significant. Good morning, Punksies. Good morning. Good morning. All right. I know normally I like to come back with 15 minutes left to spare so I can kind of talk about a few things before we go into the intro for the day, but because I came back a little bit late, the intro is going to go ahead and start here in about 30 seconds, and then I'll see you guys on the other side of the intro. Hopefully we get a nice big push here right off the get-go. They have borrowed a lot of shares today. I don't know which direction this is going to go right off the bat, but it's going to be wild. Can almost guarantee that it's going to be wild. They're so far the borrowed amount is 6.4 million off of Stonko Tracker so far. And based on what Ortex is showing, I only see 284,000 shares being returned of that. So yeah, it looks like they're looking for a fight. So we'll see what happens. All right, guys. See you a bit on the other side here.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Closer behind.
That's Kenny G's breathing right there. We coming to get you, Kenny. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgie. That's right. They're looking like they're getting a pretty good screwing right now, that's for sure. Yeah, that's pretty good looking. Yeah, you gotta love it when it's only like 3 or 4 minutes of down pressure, and then next thing you know, pop, right? Not bad. Not seeing real heavy volume, so this isn't like this is not a huge pop yet. If we take a look at the 30-minute interval, I have what you'll see is kind of like a 12-day wedge. 3, 6, 9, 12 is supposed to end right here, but I mean, it's really wanting to break out right now. It's really wanting to break out right now. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's no such thing as, I guess, breaking out too early. It happens. I kind of felt like it might have been like Friday at the earliest, maybe even Monday, which is where I got the box set up for. But we'll see what happens here. We'll see if it does pull back a little bit, or if it does continue to break out through the 30-minute interval. And now, of course, when I come in on the 1-minute interval, you might see the line might show up in here somewhere. You might be like, oh, but it looks like it's already broken out. Well, not really. I drew those on 30-minute intervals, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully, you guys slept well last night. Again, I was actually going to get together with one of the listeners, and we were going to have a talk. And I kind of postponed it. I said, I really didn't get good sleep the other night. I slept on the couch, and it was kind of rough, and only a couple hours. Last night, I went to bed at like 9, and I think because of the poor sleep that I had yesterday night, turned into, oh, hey, here's your new schedule. So at around like 2 a.m. this morning, I woke up and was like, hey, it's time to go. It's not good. I mean, I still got some sleep in, but it wasn't near as many extra hours as I would have liked. So the wife and I went out and got coffee this morning and, made a morning of it. But I'm alive. I'm alive, and, I'm here spending time with you guys. I think I can hold out for the rest of the day. I might take a nap on one of my breaks, but, I'll be okay. But I'm hoping you guys had better rest. So we're breaking through this $38.55 level of resistance. It looks like it's pushing through it pretty nicely. Normally I wait until about 9 o'clock before I start going through a lot of the technicals, but I just kind of want to look at the intervals here and see how much room we have to move on RSI. RSI is getting pretty high even on the hour. It's at 69.61, so we might see a little bit of a either consolidation or a reversal of the path that we're taking. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is already above 70, although there is not any selling pressure going on right now. At least not on a 30-minute. None. On a 5-minute, same thing. Seeing nothing but but buying pressure here. Everything looks really good. Oh man, AP, I know what your AP says. I was up till 2 also doing homework mixed with DD. I know how that is, man. I know how that is. That's why it frustrates me when I hear anybody saying the DD's done. I'm like, no, man, the DD is not done. There is always something out there. There's always something out there. The whole market right now is green, guys. I don't know if you're seeing this on the left-hand side over here. Everything's green right now. Yeah, it's looking really good. Nice push. Nice push. I thought this was hilarious, guys. I haven't updated this yet, so this is yesterday's data. How we ended, we had 227.3 inflow versus 227.4 outflow, and yet we were up like, what was it, 2.96, almost 3% up for the day, and yet our inflow versus our outflow beat us by 0.1 that over the inflow. More money flowing out of our stock than in, with a price that was up by 3%. I don't know. That's crazy to me. I don't know if that's not crazy. If that's not crazy to you, that's maybe I'm just weird. But that is crazy to me. I don't understand how that happens. Let's go ahead and throw up a Bollinger on this and kind of see what it's looking like. So I have. Oh my gosh. I want to say something right now that would probably totally not be appropriate. She's spreading her legs though. Just saying, that's what it looks like. Because man, holy Toledo, that is insane. That is the so what you're looking at here is you're seeing an upper level of what do I want to call this, standard deviation. This is a standard. This is your upper standard deviation. Your top, I made it a 3 sigma, so this is your upper 3 sigma, and this is your lower 3 sigma, and it is just opening the hell up. I mean, it's just, this thing is opening wide open, and this middle blue line is your exponential moving average. 99.8% of your data, or 99.7% of your data is supposed to fall within this. I almost thought for sure when I pulled this up that we would see a lot of this out, crossing over the top red line. But my goodness, just the volatility is just throttling open big time. I can't help myself, man. I mean, I don't know what to call it. It's an alligator opening its mouth. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. It's just opening. The the it's wide open. The clam is opening up its shell. Oh, geez, that's even bad. Oh man, it's just, that looks great. It looks so beautiful, and the data, most of the data is all inside of it. I need to stop now. I'm stopping. My mom watches this show, guys. She watches this show. My grandma might be watching this show. I don't know. Far as, so fish killer. So typically speaking, you want to know why this happens? This is what you're seeing right now. This is hedge funds being forced to cover old positions. So they're being forced to buy shares off the market. That would be my guess, is what's going on right now, because there's a lot of borrowing going on. I mean, today's really high. Today's 6.4 million already shares borrowed for this morning already. If we watch Ortex, which you have on the screen there, you can see that it's saying that they've returned 268,000 shares. If this thing's really going to pop off, I would almost suggest that we're going to see that change either positive or negative to a value of 3 million or more. That's what you're looking for on borrowed change amount. But really what's kind of happening right now is you're looking at, more than likely you're looking at attempts to buy shares on the market. Hmm. That was a beautiful move. We just had I mean, that was a really great move right there. I love the fact that most of this data was all inside. I mean, there is one little tiny candle wick that's outside of that 3 sigma, but the rest of the data was all inside of this upper 3 sigma, which is beautiful. The more of it, if you see some of it moving outside of that range, then what you're looking at is volume that is uncharacteristic of what should be happening. And so typically what you see is you see a reversal of that pattern. And since we had just barely a nick of a candle wick out here, it doesn't mean that it's going to have to reverse down really hard. It means that it can still continue to move up here. So it's I guess the best way to put it is it's healthy. This is very healthy movement because of the volatility, right? The volatility is what causes this upper and lower to spread apart like this. Volatility. The more stimulus, the wider apart it goes. Don't hate me, guys. Hate the game. Don't hate me. I'm just saying what's happening here. It's moving. AP saying it's moving to the third band. For other longer time frames, might be a good day. Yeah, I mean, I kind of was expecting to see a down day today, because I really felt like on a 30-minute interval, I really felt like this was where we would be breaking out, just kind of law of averages kind of thing, like we normally break out closer to the end of the wedge. Um, but I'm okay with being wrong, especially when it's going up. So it broke out 2 days early. No biggie. It's completely. Look how far apart on a 30-minute interval. Look at how far apart these data values are. If I scroll back here, you probably won't see anything that looks like that. I mean, this is, but not nearly as violent as this is. That is really that looks like somebody who's standing with their feet pointing in different directions, and you're just not going to see that anywhere. Here's a little bit of one right here. But one went up. There, this was them pinching together, and then they separated, right? I mean, it just doesn't. Big pushes like this with the numbers staying inside the band is unusual. It's good. It's a good unusual. Got about 12 minutes, and we'll take a look at some of the numbers here. I'm going to go ahead and check out some of the news real quick here, just see if there's anything kind of happening in the news real fast. I'm kind of running out of stuff to talk about. Did you guys see in the news last night that they were talking about basically Biden's saying that they're looking to kind of dump on, or the SEC has been instructed to dump on Citadel. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. I'm gonna see if I can find it. If you search AMC News, the number one thing that shows up is Market Watch from 2 days ago. It says short selling firm says it's covered its bet against AMC. Let's see. I want to see if I can find that article. Fox News was reporting it last night, I think. Okay, yeah. I guess I must have saw it on Twitter, and I think it was Unusual Whales that had reported it. As per Fox News, GOP insiders say Biden, SEC, Warren have launched a political vendetta against Citadel. But I'm looking to see if I can find that, though. Where's it at? Yes, the Fed is looking to taper by mid-November. That's correct. I read that as well. I cannot find it. Actually, I should just type in exactly what he put in there. Okay, here it is. I'll play it for you guys. Hopefully that's not too loud. Posted by Skelegine on Reddit. Let's take a listen. Yeah, wait a minute.
What GOP advisors are telling me, operatives in Washington, is that there's a movement afoot by the Elizabeth Warrens, by the Gary Genslers, to essentially try to neuter his empire and essentially go after him because he is this big guy in terms of Republican causes. And
you don't think they would if he were on the other side doing it?
They're saying, if you look at some of the inquiries that are going on right now, this whole notion that payment for order flow is some sort of a scam, and these things that his Citadel does, it makes no sense. They will tell you, other than It's Ken Griffin doing it. And if you remember, he went before Congress, and Warren gave him a hard time on these things. Gensler is now, Gary Gensler, the SEC chief, is doing a major inquiry into the meme stock stuff and whether there were any conflicts of interest involving Citadel's role in it. Remember, they buy the order flow from Robinhood, right? So Robinhood could charge 0 commissions. Gensler hates this practice for some reason. I don't know why. It works, and people trade cheaply on it. He may outlaw the practice. That would impact Ken Griffin's
But it's legal
business.
now.
Totally legal. And by the way, not good research into why it's bad for the retail. It's still very. In any event, that's what we're getting from people in Washington, that they're saying that this stuff that's going on is aimed at him. And it's really interesting because he is. I mean, if you think about it, Jamie Dimon personally doesn't give any money. Steve Schwartzman gives a few bucks over at Blackstone, but he's a Republican, but
he spreads it out too.
Spreads it out. Yeah. This is pretty amazing. We tried to find any Democratic donations, we couldn't find any over the last 10 years. So
wait, did he say
there's
Blackstone?
a political element people are saying. And by the way, he is a Republican. He's a conservative. He believes in low taxes, and there's nothing wrong with that. By the way, this is what you promote those policies. Particularly in the face of what's going on in Washington right now.
Did he mean Black Rock? He said Blackstone. I think he meant Black Rock. I guess it's easy to confuse. A rock is a stone. Why not? I guess so. I shouldn't be. I mean, I'm sure I probably would make mistakes. I'm not perfect. NJ Fish Killer saying, if we maintain 40, we got lots of options going in the money. Small gamma squeeze potential. I wonder if they reloading Arsenal for tomorrow battle with borrowing 6 million shares. It's possible. It's very possible. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. On a 30-minute interval, and you come in here and you look at it, we're breaking out, right? We're breaking out. One more candlestick and this thing will be broken out as long as it's over 3801, which I'm sure it will be. So in about 3 minutes from now, we will have broken out of this this multi-day wedge, like 12-day wedge, right? Or what should have been a 12-day wedge, and we're breaking out early. So here's the thing, though. Look, what would you expect to be a breakout, like a decent sized breakout for something that looked like this? I look at this and I would say, at a bare minimum, let's do a let's do a Fibonacci retracement on this and see. So at a bare minimum, I would expect this to break out and at least hit like 39.50, right? And if it doesn't hit 39.50, then I would say that they're attacking this pretty hard today, and maybe they would attack it down tomorrow too, because they probably don't want to see it hit 40, just like you said. $40, there is 41.56 is up here for a level of resistance. But yeah, 39.69 is awfully darn close to that. What is this line that I have in here? Trash. That's what that line is. Yeah. No, actually, the more I think about it, Fish Killer, I think you're 100% right on this. They're borrowing shares like crazy to keep this down, to keep it out of the range of that $40 range. They don't want to see that happen. Let me just check something real quick here. I mean, we're going to be checking this here in just a second anyways. But let me just check and see what the options flow looks like for that. I mean, we already kind of know that the contracts that are at $40 strike price. Okay, so there's like 30,000. Oh, wait a minute. That can't be up to date. Let me re-update this real quick here. Did I say 30,000 this morning? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, yeah. There's 30,000. There's 30.1 thousand contracts at $40 call price, strike price, and there's already an additional 14,000 on top of that. So we're looking at like a 44,000 contracts that will be in the money at $40. So you can you can bet your bottom dollar they don't want this getting there. Bad back before that interview went live. Dude had to get up off his knees, wipe the edgy off his lips and face. Of course, that guy was going to stumble over his words because his tongue was numb. Bad back, I think you're worse than me. Oh boy. As rule, I'm going to touch on what it is that you said. And I had this, my first run in with the media was in 2002, I think. Maybe it might have been 2001, right after 9/11. The company that I was working for at the time decided to do some retooling. Because the market was down and everything, they needed to do some retooling, and so they laid off I want to say, well, actually, I know exactly how many they laid off. They laid off 3/4 of the total workforce that was working there at the time to do the retooling. And the reason I remember it was 3/4 was because basically everybody that was there that was working at the time, when they decided to do this, got work. The shift that was there was told that they could continue to work, and then everybody else on every other shift was laid off. And so they weren't playing like favorites or anything like that. But I ended up only getting laid off for like a month. But during that time, I was interviewed by the local news, and they misprinted so much stuff because it was a newspaper at the time. This is back in 2001. Newspapers were a thing. But they misquoted me on a lot. They put a lot of words into my mouth, and in it, I almost didn't get my job to come back to because of it. They said a lot of things. They put a lot of quotes in there from me that I had never said, and I actually got a personal phone call from one of the managers that said, "Don't talk to the news again, or you may not be coming back." And I was like, "Oh yeah, not going to happen." And I didn't say those things. So, and I called them back up and good morning, Delusion. I called them back up and I said, "You guys misquoted me," and they put a reprint and they put a rewrite on it, a correction. But nobody notices that stuff. They only see the headline news, and it was big news for the Eugene, Oregon, because it was one of the biggest companies in the city, and so it was huge news, and they just completely misquoted me. Yeah, so from that point on, I always kind of shied away from ever giving media any kind of like interviews or even making statements. Hide your kids, hide your wife. That's what I love that video, by the way. That guy's awesome. All right, it's time. I've wasted enough time. It's already 3 minutes past. Let's take a look at everything. Let's start from scratch here. I need help from somebody. I need help understanding something. I don't know what this is. I just noticed something that's changing, and I want to know what, see if you guys know what this is. If you take a look at the institutional share ownership on the top right-hand side, it's like the fourth item down. It says institutional shares long. You'll notice it says EX13DG. Now I know that's a filing. It says change of 9.05 million shares, 7.01% MRQ. Now I'm gonna go look this up on Google here in a minute, and I'll probably be able to figure out what it means. But I'm trying to figure out, like, what is that? Is that basically just trying to tell me what the last change was? Because I just scrolled down a little bit on there and I didn't see a filing for that. So I'm kind of confused by that, but I'll figure it out here in a little bit. All right, I'm almost done updating everything. Let's take a look. Very top. The 2-point winners for yesterday was Adam and Eric. So Adam, myself, and Duncan all have 2 points for the week. Eric has guessed correctly 3 days in a row. Short exempt volume is up from, I think it was like 103 yesterday, up to 170,000 shares. I should have put a K in there. Hold on a second. Utilization at 86.94%. Day-over-day price increase. This is all right up above me here. 2.96%. We were up 2.96% yesterday, which was good. Really, really, really good. Our dark pools traded so far this morning is at 53.48%. That's pretty close to average for what we normally do, which will report about 58% in Sako Tracker. Barred amount change for this morning, currently at a return of 262,000 shares. That's going to bring our estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 17.7. Our highest level of volume, currently at a $40 strike price. No. Yes. With 14.8. I'm just going to call it 14.9 because it's pretty close. 14.9 thousand contracts at 40. Yesterday it was 38. The $40 guys are really looking for some cash here. At a $34 strike price, that was the highest level volume yesterday for the puts. That's the same case for today with 7.4 thousand contracts. So we basically have a 2-to-1 ratio right now. With an $8 spread, putting us at $38 for being right down the middle. Sorry, $36. Wait, I can't math. It's a 6-point spread with $3, so it's 37 is right down the middle right now for us. Yikes, that's bad. When I can't even math that easy, that's terrible. Max pain right now is $38. Options are signaling for 37 close by Friday, but we'll see if we get there. Taking a look at Ortex, we had good numbers day over day. We went up on our total amount of shares that went on loan. That was a nice little tiny bump of 1 million shares. It went from 113.1 up to 114.1. So a very nice 1.1 million additional shares added to loans. On loan average age per day kind of hit the top up here already at 76.42 yesterday, down to 76.16. We may have hit the apex and be starting down on a downwards trend here. which is really good for us. The estimated short share interest of the free float is, you know, it hit a drop. It's bottomed out and it's starting to kind of head back up. And I guess what I want to point out is if you look at this pattern right here, I really wish I could get those numbers to go away. If you look at this pattern, you know what? I'm tired of this. Okay. Cheating the system. If you look at this pattern right here, where you have kind of like little fish hooks going on. You got a fish hook here. You got an upside down fish hook right here. Okay, and we look in at this spot right here, right? You got your little fish hook right here. You have a little fish hook going up here. This one's not quite a fish hook. This is more pretty sharp of a point, but pretty much like after those start turning, it's about 2 to 3 days later. You have a pretty big spike up in price. We got fish hook coming down right here, coming back up. Fish hook going up over the top, coming down. And sure enough, like 2 to 3 days later, boom, big candlesticks, right? So we're seeing the right movement that we need to see for really large movements coming up. So this is looking super tasty. I'm loving this. I really want to see this on average age per day come down and meet up with the on loan average and cross over. If we can get this thing to cross over and get up into this 155 million shares traded rate in here or on loan, that's gonna be pretty sweet. Actually, I said 155 and I drew it right here. 155 is right here. If we get it up here, this on loan amount way up here, we're golden. This thing is just gonna blow its top. So we'll watch that. We'll watch to see what happens here. It's looking really sweet. Utilization did go up day over day, just ever so slightly. It was still within the same percentage, but yeah, it did go slightly up. You can see that right here. Went from 86.25 to 86.94. It's kind of a hot mess. Let me take out some of this stuff in there so you can see it better. There you go. So try not to look at utilization as being like some kind of number that you look for support, right? Utilization doesn't mean how many shares we've eaten up because we have billions. Utilization is how many shares are available to lend versus how many are on loan. That's all utilization is, right? So the closer we get to that 155 number on loan amount that I was talking about, the closer this utilization will get up to 100%. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently running in 10, 9, 8, 7th position. 51% buy orders to 49% sell orders. That is looking beautiful. GME. Please be on the list, GME, please. Ah, man. I was really hoping. Yeah, well, you know, whatever. They're not on the list, but I'm sure they have a really good buy to sell ratio. Let's see how many shares they've bought or how many shares they've loaned out since earlier. 9:48. Let's see, what time is it? I think the last time I looked would have been at 8:20, which would have been 9:20. So right about here. They've only returned shares so far. So they've already borrowed 6.4 million shares today. We'll see if they continue to borrow more. That is quite a bit of loans, loaned out shares so far. Pretty big number. It'll be interesting to see how they use those today. I am curious. Kind of looking at the overall market. China did kind of poorly last night. They were down 3/4%. The Shenzhen was pretty much almost break even at -0.08. Our market, on the other hand, is cooking with bacon today. We've got 4,998 advancers to 1,848 decliners. I mean, who doesn't love bacon grease? And that's what we're cooking with. 1.44% up in price for the NASDAQ. Dow Jones is up 1.15, and the S&P 500 is up 1.26. Robinhood is up 0.86. Amazon is up 0.82. Cinemark is up 2.15. Doge is just breaking even. GameStop is up 0.63, and we are up 2.44% with a negative inflow. How does this? I don't know. I don't get how that happens. I feel like one day I'm going to learn something that I didn't know. Like maybe outflow is actually the positive number and inflow is the negative number, because that's how it acts. Like, how do you have more outflow and have an upwards percentage of over 2%, and yet the numbers are saying that you have more money going out of your stocks than into your stocks? I think that's what it is, maybe. I feel like I'm just getting this wrong. There's got to be some. I'm going to look this up later because I just feel like I'm getting this so backwards. I feel like inflow would be more higher when you have a positive influx of buying power going on. But maybe I'm just bananas. I don't know. Whatever. 10.21 million shares traded so far. Let's take a look at that. 45 minutes into trading. We are on pace for an 88.5 million share trading day today. So this is going to drop, right? I know this is going to drop. Let's just assume that we get down to 50, right? Let's assume 50. I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit less than that. Based on the volume that we had this morning, I was going to, I don't think that I ever predicted it, but the volume that we had this morning was super, super low. So 10 to 30 million is what I would have predicted. I'm almost positive we're going to break that, but I'm going to go ahead and put my neck out on the line and say that's my prediction because that's what I would have predicted, and I have to stick with my core beliefs and what I see in the pre-market volume because it helps me to understand if there's a change to what's happening. And as you can see right now, we are well on pace to break over that. So something positive is happening to our stocks, and that's a very good indicator for me to understand where we're kind of heading. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with my volume prediction that I would have made this morning at 10 to 30 million. Shares traded for the day today. My price prediction, in case I didn't put out price predictions, mine was going to be 37 to 39. Oh, sorry, 37 to 40. I'm sorry, 37 to 40. Let's see if I got everybody else. Eric's 37 to 40. Duncan, I did not get a hold of Adam. Let me reach out to Adam real quick. Duncan came in with a value of 36.8 to 38.9. 36.8. I think he meant 39.8 because that's actually $3. I think he just had a typo. So I'm just waiting on Adam. Adam's the only one, so I went ahead and wrote all those down. So I'm 37 to 40. Eric's 37 to 40. Duncan's 36.8 to 39.8. So I'm just waiting on Adam to get his price prediction for the day. Those will all be in. And let's see how we're looking on our intervals. That'll be the last thing. I know I haven't looked at what you guys are writing, but you got to give me a minute here. On a 1 hour interval, it looks like a little more buying pressure than selling. Actually, you can see it. Definitely more buying pressure than selling pressure. But RSI is over 70 at 71.21. So look to see a little bit of a reversal possibly coming up. On a 30-minute interval, way more buying pressure than selling. And RSI is already up to 74.84. We're smoking. We're smoking. Smoking. More buying pressure here. RSI almost about ready to just broke 70 just now, 70.5. I mean, everything that I'm seeing points towards this having a correction coming back down the other direction. However, if you pull up the Bollinger, well, no, we have had some points out here. I think we're going to have a little bit of a correction coming up. I don't think this can sustain. And the doors have shut. The volatility is down. Although it looks like it's starting to open up back up again. I don't know. We'll see how long it can sustain this kind of movement. We'll see. All right, let me check and see what you guys are saying. Lots and lots and lots of stuff here. Okay. Trying to catch up. Hold on a second. No, bad back. That is not Adam Aaron selling his diversification. As rule, I agree with what you said about PFOF. Dr. Drake, good morning. Looks like institutional ownership went up by 9 million. Let me verify that. I actually have the numbers written down. I don't see that. Oh, you're basing that off of what I was asking that question, because it says 138, 121. So if I take you guys back to the other screen here, you'll see that it says 138, 121. And I see where you're saying that it's saying that it went up 9, but the thing is that it didn't actually go up by 9 because I'm looking at my data. I write it down every single day. 2 days ago we were at 138.06, and yesterday we were at 138.121, which is what we're at right now. So I don't see how that's possible. I don't see it. And then when I go to Fintel, I can pull Fintel over here in a second. We can look at it together, but I'm not seeing anything on Fintel showing a 9 million order either. So it's kind of confusing to me. That's why I don't understand what it is that I'm looking at. Yeah, I don't see it. We can look at it. If you want to look at it, put something in the messages and I'll pull it back up, or I'll pull it up. Good morning, Nikki. Delusion saying, oh yeah, the average investor probably doesn't even really care about PFOF because they don't even know what it probably is. I could probably tend to agree with that. Also Delusion saying, like, I only got to know about what's been going on after being involved in this. So yeah, that's I kind of agree with you. I didn't know what the heck PFOF was. Payment for order flow. I really just didn't know. Nikki saying you just click the like button. It's looking scrumptious. It is. It is looking scrumptious. I would love to see us break 40. I know the hedge funds do not want to see us go over 40 today. We'll see if they set up a bull trap for 40 bucks. I'm gonna let Ezreal and Delusion talk that out. you guys can just talk it out, whatever. I don't. I mean, if you know what PFOF is, you know it's not good, right? But how many people actually know like if you went around asking people what PFOF is, I don't think they know. They just don't know. They have no idea what payment for order flow is. The average person. I really don't. Like, I think if you know what I think if I walked up to you and I said, "Hey, do you know what PFOF is?" and you were like, or if I just said, hey, do you know what payment for order flow is? And you knew what it was, I would probably already change the way that I talk to you about stocks, because I would figure that you knew what you knew a little something, right? You know, a little something something. But but if I asked you if you knew what payment for order flow was, and you didn't acknowledge it or know what it was, I'd probably kind of start at some basics, you know. And it's just my opinion. Monty, what's up, everyone? Are we going over 40 today? I sure hope so, Monty. Monty, I want to let you know I had somebody else come in today and ask me about my opinion on different topics. You know, kind of like the typical interview questions. And I pointed them to the interview questions in the description, and so I have you to thank for that. Um, You know, and actually, I don't think it was just you. I think some other people had recommended it too as well. You know, like maybe I should put something in the description. I don't remember who it was, and I apologize if I'm not giving you credit for it, but credit's due. Let's see what our AMC news is over here. Weeble's going to tell us a story from 2 days ago. Top 10 trending stocks on Wall Street bets and pre-market for today. We are number 8. Why is it that I don't even want to say it. There's a stock name in there that every time I see it, it just makes me angry. It makes me angry to see that stock name. I don't know. I don't. It's like a knee-jerk reaction every time I see it. I want to like punch the screen. Jamie, no, not you. Wait, what? No, I don't know. No, I don't want to punch you, Jamie. I want to punch the screen for um. There's a stock. You know, that article that I just pulled up for AMC was saying what the top 10 the top 10 oh, Jamie, you being the one who had recommended I put it into the description box. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for suggesting that, because it was, you know, it was good. It was really good. I went through and I answered a bunch of questions. Hopefully it looks good. I kind of did it, you know, kind of rushed, and I haven't gone back over and fixed it up yet, and I kind of want to. No punching, guys. We're all lovers, not fighters. Yeah, no. Thank you very much for suggesting that. That was it was a great suggestion. Jim Gould. I used to know a Gould. I worked. Wait. Oh my gosh. I know a James Gould. Was it James Gould? I think it was James Gould. Jim Gould, are you in the semiconductor industry? If you are, if you've ever been in the semiconductor industry, let me know. Curious. I knew a James. I think it was James Gould. I think that was his name. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate the feedback on that. And if you see something that was maybe um, could have been worded better, let me know. Um, if you have like a suggestion or something on how it could be worded better, you know, let me know. I'm always open to constructive feedback. I mean, Jim, I think you might be right. I really hope that they're not setting up a bear trap or a bull trap rather at $40, because the way this is moving right now, it sure reeks of one. This really reeks of a bull trap at $40. But I'll tell you what, though, if there's a bunch of people out there who have $40 call options set up for tomorrow, and this thing makes it much higher than 40, I would be exiting my position. Now, that's only because I'm gun shy. I played options one time. I'm not lying to you guys. I played options one time, and from my experience, I'm not a gambler. It made me super gun shy, and I would probably pull the trigger and exit my position as soon as I was making a decent amount of money. I'd have to look and see how much it is. Yeah, see, we might see a little bit of a bull trap coming on here. 39.69, I think is a level of resistance here. So we might see it kind of bounce off that a little bit. I'm not going to call this a bull trap yet. If there was going to be one, I would suggest it would be a little bit higher price. Got some really good movement here, though. It's looking good. No, there's just back to what you said, Nikki. No punching, guys. There's just there's one stock in particular that just kind of rubs me raw every time I see the name, and it's because I felt like I guess maybe it was back in June or late May when we were getting ready to kind of have that whole big launch in price. It was one of the stocks that was kind of pulling people away from AMC, and so now I'm seeing it pop up again here, and it's really just kind of irking me that it's all of a sudden it's back in the news. Um, if you didn't learn your lesson the first time, maybe I don't know, maybe you're not going to learn your lesson ever. I don't know, but yeah, be careful. Be careful is all I gotta say. Yeah, Jim, I hear you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Welcome to the channel because I don't think I've seen you on here, or maybe you just haven't commented before. I am in total agreement. Everybody will back me up here and attest to the fact that I have lectured everybody thoroughly that if you're not winning options like 90% of the time, to stop playing them, because when you play options, you're a player. You want to be the house. The house are people who buy shares. That's the house, and you're going to be a winner if you're the house. It's like assuredly you'll be the winner if you're the house. So more props to you if you can win on options. Like if you have like a really good ratio of winning, playing the options and you can do it, great, go for it. Yeah, we're busting over 40 here. If you can do it, if you can legitimately sit here and tell me that you can play the option and win them like 80%, 80, 90% of the time, do it. More power to you. That's awesome. We need people like you. But if you can't and you lose money less than 80 to 90% of the time, stop. Buy shares. Because you're going to do better in the long run. Yeah. Yeah, my prediction for volume is going to be way off today. Way off. I can't wait to see pre-market hours tomorrow. I want to see how that's gonna result. I'm not even sure. Like I want to zoom in on this, but it doesn't show where we've come from, and I think that's kind of important to show. What I'm really looking for is some kind of trend analysis right now, and I just don't want to draw anything quite yet. We need to see a top. We need to see a bit of a top, and if we don't see a top, I mean, I could try drawing stuff right now, and it's probably just not going to be accurate. Yeah, it's not going to be accurate. I need this to kind of go a little bit further here before I get like a really good picture on where we're headed. For shits and giggles, I'm gonna put my suck squeeze bang blow. For those of you who know what it is, you know what it is. It's not a dead cat. I'm gonna throw a suck squeeze bang blow over here for just a second, and I kind of want to like run some simulations to see what we could be possibly or potentially looking at. So kind of based off the past, I want to see like somewhere around 300% increase on volume. So we would need to see like, yeah, we'd need to see about 130 million shares traded for the day-to-day, which I don't think we're going to hit. Let me just kind of look at the volume real quick here. Let me do some rough calculations. 80. Yeah, if we hit 88. I mean, volume is picking up, so let's see. Actually, it's possible. I mean, if volume keeps up what it's doing, 130 million shares is very possible right now. As long as it continues to do what it's doing. So let's just throw that in there. 130 million shares traded. Let's say that we went up. Let's do about 12%. Yeah, that's good. We'll do 13.43%. Okay. This right here, this scenario. If we hit this scenario today, up 289% in volume, up 13% day-over-day price. Even if we don't hit 13%, we don't have to hit 13%, right? But if we hit volume close to, even over 200% is good. We're moving into the next phase. Today's going to be bang. And so for those of you who are wondering, like, what does that mean exactly? There's a couple rules for these cycles that I've kind of witnessed over time. I'm going to pull this over a little bit here so you can see it. But the suck phase is best identified as a period of time where both volume and price begins to drop. Single outlier days may exist where both price and volume go up, but the very next day, the previous day's patterns resumes. Misses in both price and volume increases should be the main body of this period. So we've already gone through the suck phase of the cycle, suck, squeeze, bang, blow. We're currently in the squeeze phase, which is best identified when there's a sudden volume spike. Price and volume may fluctuate during this time, but day-over-day price and volume hits should be signaling. Now, our 2 weeks ago exactly was our squeeze day because we had that huge spike in volume and price. The bang phase is best identified when volume and price spikes. Price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. So I could see that happening. I could see us having, based on, if we did hit somewhere around 130 million shares traded for today, had a big, huge spike in volume, and it doesn't have to be this high of a price and spike, but a spike in price rather. It could be as low as like 6%. But if we see that, we're into the bang phase, and that means we know that the next couple days is going to be lower volume. Price is going to remain relatively about what it is, within $1 or $2 of whatever price we end at today, until we hit the blow. And that's when the price is just going to launch through the roof. So that's what we're waiting to see. So I'm excited. If we hit 130 million shares traded for today, even if we hit, let me see how low we could go here. If we hit 100 million shares, if we hit 100 million shares traded for the day today, that's still a 200% increase day over day. I would accept that. I would accept that as being a signal that we're moving into the bang phase. I'd like to see it higher. but I would accept that. Actually, I would probably accept as low as I'd accept as low as 85 million shares. Oops. Because that'd be like a 154% increase, which is pretty decent. Especially if we end up, you know, in like a $42, $43 range. I would totally accept that. Actually, Monty, there's a lot of shares to borrow. There's a lot of shares. That's why our utilization is so low right now. Let me take a look at something. Here's the data for today. There's approximately 17.153 million shares that were available to borrow today when we first started the morning out. They've borrowed 6.4 of that million. Of that 17.15, they borrowed 6.4 already. So there's still more shares. They still have, you know, almost 3 times what they've already borrowed. Not 3 times, but 2 times more. No, 3 times more. Almost. So there's still plenty of shares to borrow. All right. So JP says available to borrow 300. Okay, I know what you guys are looking at. I see what you're looking at there, but what you have to understand is how utilization. If you go to Investopedia and you look at utilization and you look at what the how do you find out what your utilization is? What you'll find is it says available amount of shares minus the total amount of shares that are on loan, right? And we know what the amount of shares on loan is because Ortex reports it. So to figure out what your available amount of shares really is you take your shares on loan, you divide it by your utilization percentage, and that gives you your total amount of shares that are available to loan. Okay, and then you subtract that number from the shares on loan, and that gives you your total amount, which is what I did this morning. I do that every morning, first thing in the morning when I come on. Yesterday there was 18 million shares available to borrow. The total amount of shares that are available to borrow currently is 131.3, and I guarantee you they'll find more. Right? If 131.3 is nowhere near the bottom, the most we've ever seen on loan this year is 155 million shares, and we need this number to start going up to match that because that's when we'll really start hitting like max utilization, and you know it's going to look really nasty for the hedge funds. But as it stands today, this morning, they had 17.153 million shares. Now I know what Stock O Tracker is reporting, but you have to believe me. If you understand the relationships of how the numbers work, you can figure out how many actual shares there are available to borrow, versus what Stock O Tracker is reporting. I'm not exactly sure how to explain why Stock Tracker reports available amounts as being lower than what you're actually seeing, but you have to understand that utilization is a direct reflection of how many shares are on loan versus how many are available. And when you understand that, then you know how many there actually are that are really out there, not what Stock Tracker reports, but what really is available. And they can find more. 100% they can find more. All they got to do is call up the the brokers. All I have to do is call up the brokers and ask them, like, do you have more shares that you're available, that you can available to loan out to me? And I've seen it happen before. We've literally borrowed the full amount of shares that were available in a day, and they went out, and I watched them find more. Silent streamer, tell them, Casey, we need that volume. We do. The volume is everything. It's so important. It is really so important. Volume tells you everything that you need to know about this play. It really does. It's super important. And if volume dies on us, you need to start investigating why. There's reasons for it. I feel like I've seen you on here before, Silent Streamer, but it's I'm a formal telling of why. Oh, for all. I can't tell what you're trying to write. Volume is important. I mean, you can go to like Investopedia and try and look up and see why volume is so important in trading. You must be on a phone, Silent Streamer. I know how that is. I'm the worst speller in the world, and my phone hates me. Okay, so we bounced off of 40.74 here. I've been kind of waiting for this moment. I kind of wanted to wait a little bit here before I start drawing some new Fibonacci levels at where we're at. So let me go ahead and delete some of the stuff that I've got going on here and create some new Fibonacci's. Looks like I'm looking for the $40 range, so let me take something from here. That might actually get me right about what I want. Yeah, I like that. Let's go with that. Okay, so we had a level of resistance at $40.54, and guys, I'm not 100% perfect on my numbers. Sometimes I have to adjust these ever so slightly. I'm not drawing them out like perfectly, but so there might be a little bit of play here. But basically at $40.54, we have a level of resistance. But you can see we supported $40.23 on the way down. So we're trading right now inside this this channel of 40.23 and 40.54. I'm still looking to see how high this thing's going to go here. Let me try an ascending parallel channel now and see what happens. Because I feel like we're kind of touching on these 2 points here pretty. Let's see what happens here. It doesn't look good. It's no bueno. No bueno. That is not what we're doing. This might be a pennant. I was talking about it this morning. I don't know if you guys remember when I was talking about it. I don't know who all was here and who wasn't here. But basically your run-up period, we have from 10:16, I'm going to say all the way up to 10:41. So almost 30 minutes. Like 25 minutes, right? So we should have, on a true pennant, the pennant should last for about 25 minutes. So 10:42 to 11:03 would put us right about at the end of the pennant. Right there. Exactly, right on the pennant where the pennant kind of crosses over here. It's right on the dot on 1103. I would suggest that we're going to kind of trend down into this pennant a little bit, and what should happen, this is a bullish flag. It should consolidate down into this pennant right here, and then break out going up again. And I say should because I'm not sure how. I mean, if I draw this the way I want to draw it, I want to draw it like that, and that actually is breaking out before 1103, which might be the case. But I'm using, I don't know. I kind of like that a little bit better. So let's see if we hold here. This should be right around 40 bucks. Man, do you see how the orders are going over here? Super quick. I mean, it is flash resetting really quickly. I know we're breaking out of this right here, but I just want to zoom in on this real quickly and show you something. I'll put it back in the screen here so you can see what's happening. But what I want you to do is I want you to check out these orders over here and watch how fast these things are playing out. They're taking like massive, like you can almost watch it reset. So if you ever hear me say that we need high-speed trading abilities, and that's why we need our brokers, this is it right here. Because us retail investors could not do what this is doing. This is why having your broker is so important. Okay, so one of the things about the whole DRS issue is that you can't trade like the high-speed high-speed algorithmic computers can. And because we're limited, that's why we need our brokers. Because you buy your stocks through your brokers, you're binding them into a long position with your orders, and so they're actually going to help the stock price to go up because they're going to be making fast speed trades, and their algorithmic trading systems are going to help to combat price action moving down. So having your shares with a broker is really important, believe it or not. Yes, they're making money off of you. Yes, they're loaning shares, but it's part of the system, and it's the way that the system needs to work. It's pretty interesting to watch. For me, it is. I don't know. You guys may not. You may think it looks boring, but I personally like it a lot. I like watching that order flow. Delusion saying, could you have a drink at 11:03? Like just a sip. 11:03. Why 11:03? I wanted to go higher. I think it was a typo. Maybe you meant 41:03. Yeah, it looked like it wanted to try and break out down here. I might just have this slightly drawn, kind of bad. I mean, I'm gonna stick to it though. I think we're gonna still see this kind of consolidate down here and then break out pretty close to the end. Oh yes, 11 yes, 11:03 meaning not price, time. Yes, that's right. I forgot you were someplace else. Because with the period in there, it makes it look like a price, not a time. The colon was throwing me off. So yeah. A breakout at about 11:03 time. So in about a little less than 10 minutes. It could happen before, like 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 I always like to say, guys, you leave the tip out, just the tip, right? So I like to see breakouts just before the tip, but if this were a true pennant, your pennant should last for the same amount of time. Once you get to high point, that's your from your low point to your high point. Excuse me. That's your flagpole, and the time for your flagpole should be the time for your pennant. Jamie's ready to go. We'll see if it happens. I mean, I don't know if it is or not. I mean, I'm just saying if this formation holds true, the pennant should. This is a bullish flag. I'm sorry, I keep saying flag, and I should say it's a bullish signal. And it could break out before. Did I really just draw that so poorly? What did I do there? There we go. That's leaving out the tip. Just the tip. I'm gonna be known as that guy. That's gonna be terrible. All y'all are gonna be like, he's just the tip guy. I gotta be careful what I say because I'll be known for things. I'll be known for certain things, and it's like you gotta be careful what you say. He's a suck bang. He's a suck squeeze bang blow guy. Yeah, just the tip. Yeah, boy. Oy vey. Yeah, it's getting real close here. I generally feel like it never really makes it fully on. I mean, I think what was it yesterday we had one that actually made it all the way down to the very end. But this is it's kind of a rarity to see it consolidate all the way down to the very end. It kind of breaks. It usually tends to break out a little bit before. So I wouldn't consider this a breakout back here just because the full candlestick did not make it outside the pattern. Just like this isn't a breakout either. It cracks me up, guys. I've done this before. Not all of you have seen this. Actually, the most of the time when I ever show this, I show it because um, some of the people that hang out afterwards, or some of the people that I know who are hanging out. I shouldn't say afterwards. After it is what I see happens, I show it to the people who are still sticking around. I'm going to show it to the guys. I'm going to show it to you guys who are still here or who are here right now just to see this. It's really kind of interesting, and I think the correlation is very, very odd, just because I think numbers are very strange. And I'll pull it up over here so you can see it. But what I what I want to show you is this is another pattern here that I just took a screenshot copy of. Let me see if I can move this just slightly up so you can see it all. But do you see any kind of like, I mean, they kind of line up a little bit, just a little maybe? I don't know. Do you know what this is? Anybody want to guess? Some of you might know if you've been here for a while, but any ideas what this is? I'd love to see if you guys have any idea what this pattern possibly is that kind of almost matches what our price pattern is. It's a very odd correlation. No, it is not Tesla. In fact, it has nothing to do with a stock whatsoever. I'll give you that hint. It has nothing to do with a stock whatsoever. p.m. tracking regular hours. Nope, not it either. Nope, it's not. It's not a cryptocurrency. It's not relating to any kind of price action of anything. It is not a price action. I'll just gonna tell you guys. You guys are gonna just keep guessing and guessing and guessing. I'll take a different screenshot just to kind of so you know that I'm not just lying to you. That shows the full data. But my current viewership, my current viewership on the show, it's very strikingly similar to to the to price action. It's really strange. I don't. So a lot of times when I see people leave, I'll notice the correlation because I'll see a drop in viewership right about when the price starts tanking, and I think it's hilarious. It's just um, it's hilarious because I guess the reason I want to show you this, guys, the importance to this to me. This is serious for a serious moment. I just want to I want you to understand the relationship to what I just showed you and the psychological effects that price action has to us as people. Okay, so when you start to understand that what happens affects you as a person and your actions, and you understand that what you do or may not do is involved with what you see in your price of your stock, this is why trading algorithms work. This is why they work, and they know how you're going to respond, and so we're extremely predictable, extremely predictable beings. It's kind of gross. Yeah, but if the price starts tanking here in the next whatever time, if price starts, this thing is going to consolidate right down to the very end here. If it starts tanking, I'll probably start losing viewers, and that's okay. I've always told you guys, if price is hurting your eyes, walk away. Don't let it get in your head. Please don't let it get into your head. Take a break, step away. Uh, don't let this stuff control your life. The whole rule with buy only what you don't care about losing is so that you can walk away from this and not feel like it's controlling you, right? Because that's the most important thing to buying and holding. If you're not in a rush to get your money, you're not going to let this affect you psychologically. So I really think it's important to show you guys that kind of stuff because it really is psychologically impact. I feel good right now. I mean, I'm sure you guys feel. I feel like I'm kind of putting a damper on the mood, but I want you guys to see how important that is. How controlled we are with things that happen in our lives. AMC Stockmaster, I think it helps to invert the green and red candles. Laugh out loud. And then also said it's very red day for my charts. No, that's not good. This thing is it looks like it's consolidating right down to the end. What I would like to point out is the time that it's supposed to break out here is 11. What did I say? 11:03. It's right here at this candlestick that we're on right now. If it does not break out of this and it continues to consolidate, then what we need to start be looking for is a wedge pattern. Okay, I know this looks like a wedge right here, and it kind of is, but it's a pennant. It's supposed to be a pennant. If this continues on and goes sideways for a while outside of these arrows that I have kind of listed, or this wedge pattern that I have, then we need to start looking at consolidation period, and I can't tell you which way it's going to break out after that. If it does break out here inside this pattern, then it should be a pennant. So let's hope for the best. Yeah, AMC Stockmaster, I I really felt like we were gonna see a red day today. I honestly did. Crazy Pepe. I love what you just said right there. I'm gonna log in from 5 different devices and create different logins. Boom, price goes up. I love it. I love how you're thinking, man. I love how you're thinking. Battle of maintaining 40, but let's fight for 45. Okay. I would say based on how it's breaking out right now, that this is, this may indeed be a pennant pattern. So we'll see how far it goes up here. Typically speaking, let me look at a little bit of, it's 10:04. It's time to look at everything. I know you guys are going to want to see this because it's going to start shooting up here. I mean, we can continue to track this. Gosh, I really should set up my other page to have the stock in there so you guys can see what's happening. I might try to figure something out. I need to fix this maybe. I know you guys want to see it. I know I want to see it. But it is on the hour, and it's time to start looking at some of the technical analysis. Yeah, it's let me shoot. I'm sorry, guys. I got to do it. I need to stick to my guns. I really need to stick to my guns and do what it is that I say I'm going to do. So let's go ahead and take a look at everything. I know it's, I know I'm a mood killer. You guys are going to love me for it or you're going to hate me for it, but one way or the other, I'm doing this. If you promise people that you're going to do something, and then you should do it. And I'm convicted to sticking to a schedule and on the hour every hour doing technical analysis, and I'm already 5 minutes late. So if somebody's here to see that and I'm not giving it to them, I'm not doing my job. So let's take a look at everything. Let me refresh all my pages. I'll try to make it really quick. Promise. Fast and easy and painless. Where did that screen go? Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Dark pools showing 55.62 traded into them. That's going to show up about 60, just a little over 60% on Stonko Tracker for tomorrow. We currently have gone from 262,000 shares being returned to 430,000 shares. That's going to lower our estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 17.67%. Looking at our highest level volume, holy crap moly. At $40, there is a 50.8 thousand this early on. It was 14.9 an hour ago. It went from 14.9 to 50.8. Huge. Oh, God, you got to stop saying that word. Huge. I should say, wow. There we go. We're doing wow from now on. Wow. Let's see. On the put side of things here, we've got $39 as a new strike price with the highest amount of volume. That is up from 34. We're cooking with bacon grease for sure. 14.5 thousand contracts. At 36, it was 7.4 an hour ago. It has now moved up to 39 with 14.5 thousand contracts. This is why we look at this stuff, guys. It's important to see what's going on hour to hour. We need to know what's going on here. Moving over to the main page here, orders by Fidelity customers. We are currently in second position on highest most trades with more sell orders than buy orders. Okay, I want to be very clear to you guys about this. This could be one of two things. No, it's one thing. People are setting up limit sell orders at $40. We have some paper hands going on right now. We do. There's no way you have 46% buys to 54% sells without having limit orders. It's not the end of the world. If we had massive amounts of volume, I would say we have something going on. we don't have massive amounts of volume, so it's not probably too many, but we need to recognize that there are paper hands going on. They're dumping sand in our gas tank. They are. I don't know who it is, but they're dumping sand in the gas tank. GME is currently showing up not at all on the list. I don't see it. I don't see GME. Yep. They're not there. Shares borrowed in the last hour. I see a bunch of returns. 100,000 shares right there. No, wait. More than that. 5, 4, 3. Okay, yeah. So 400,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. That is going to increase the amount of shares borrowed for the day to 6.8 million shares. That is a beautiful looking number. 7 is it's so sweet. There's 75,000 contracts in the money on the calls to 163,000 contracts out of the money on the puts, with only 231,000 contracts that are out of the money right now on the calls. So it's still really high. I really hate seeing that number. Jim, I'm telling you, man, if you're still listening, I hate seeing that, man. I hate seeing apes lose, and I don't like seeing that, but I do know some of this is institutions, but I do hate seeing apes lose. Be the house, guys. Be the house. Robinhood, 2.49% up for the day today. 2.91. Wow, it just jumped. 2.91 now. Oh, you know what? Let me take a look at the rest of the market here. I forgot to do that. Sorry. Advancers, 4,605 advancers to 2,117 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 1.35. Dow Jones is up 1.33, and the S&P 500 is up 1.33. Amazon is up 0.57. Cinemark is up 2.41. Doge is down 1.17. GameStop is up 1.88, and we are up 6%. Now, we had a nice little bump up on that pennant, but what you'll notice is that we have a little bit of a problem kind of moving on from there. So we're going to get a little bit of an alternate pattern going on here. So we'll take a look at that here in just a minute. Inflow versus outflow. What are we at? We're already beating on inflow. I think we're beating yesterday's numbers. 35, 45. So there's 12-point spread here on outflow versus inflow. And we currently have 31.5 million shares traded after... Ooh, what are we at here? Almost 2 hours, minus 15 minutes. So let's call it 103. We are on pace for 119 million shares traded for the day today. That is massively higher than where we were. However, I do want to pint out. I'm going to pint out. I gotta learn how to talk. I'm going to pint out that we're moving down in volume here. Pretty dramatically. So whether or not we continue to hold up that kind of that number is pretty kind of sketchy. Unless we have another run up. You know, we could have another run up, but you know, expect it to drop considerably. We could close at 80 million shares for the day today. Certainly a possibility. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have way more buying pressure coming in than selling pressure. But RSI is super high at 78.3. Now, a lot of people would suggest that you're going to see a correction when you see RSI getting this high. However, I'm not in that party of people who believe that. So, yeah, if you're in that party, go screw yourself. I'm just kidding. You know, I think if you go back and you look at the modeling of what happened to GME when they had their squeeze, and you kind of like look at RSI, it just blew some crazy numbers out. We've actually blown some crazy numbers out when we've had spike ups in price as well. So you kind of have to look at these periods of time as like abnormalities almost. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have, it looks to me like we have a little more selling pressure than we're having buying pressure, with RSI way through the roof at 83.15. That's pretty dang high. On a 5-minute interval, a little more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI at 69.43. So really what needs to happen for us right now is maybe a good period of consolidation. I would like to see maybe some falling volume, which is happening, and then price just kind of consolidating out here, having like a resting period, and then after it rests for a little bit, having a breakout. Although I feel like if I draw something right now, obviously it's going to be a wedge, but it looks like it's gonna break out going down here, and then what's going to end up happening is I'm going to just draw another wedge later on. Right? I mean, it's hovering right down here towards the bottom side of this. It's going to break out going down. But what'll end up happening is it won't drop I don't think it'll drop too far. It might drop to maybe down like maybe just under $40, 39. I don't know. It could fall maybe down to 38, 39.90, somewhere around there. Which will allow me to draw this point down, and we'll see like another wedge with the breakout kind of later on in the morning. So, but yeah, that's kind of where we're heading. Let's see what you guys are saying. NJ Fish Killer, I appreciate it, man. That's awesome. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. It's hard for me to take compliments. It really is. I get embarrassed, but thank you. NJ Fish Killer saying a gamma squeeze. I think you meant to say next week might trigger short squeeze. NJ Fish Killer. Again, thank you. Delusion saying he's thumbs up Ape Bananas, and also saying if you do change to saying wow, please do it the way Owen Wilson does it. That's how I did. Wow. Yeah, Owen Wilson wows. My son taught me how to do that, and I thought it was really funny. He actually does like a high squealing wow. He goes, wow. He's an amazing kid, and does some of the funniest trendy things I've ever seen, and I wish I was cool like him. It was funny when I was a Redditor way before he was on Reddit, and I was showing him, I was like, I got like 1.2K upvotes on this, and I was like all happy and everything, and he's like, oh yeah, that's it? And I was like, shut up, you don't have more than that on a post, do you? And he's like, yeah, I just started not too long ago, and I got 6K on this one post, and I looked at his post, and it was like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I was like, are you serious? How did you get that much karma? I was a little humbled. All right, so this did actually break down quite a bit further than I would have thought here. Let's take a look at our Bollinger. Nothing outside of the Bollinger to suggest manipulation yet. But remember what I said about that $40 limit orders that people are selling and paper handing on. Yes, Bondaro, I 100% agree. Daily volume in 2 hours is a very good sign. We're on pace to make 119 million for the day today, although that's not going to hold. It'll probably be closer to like maybe 80, 75 or 80 million shares. If it does hit 80, I think that's the number. I want to see 85 million. If we can hit 85 million in shares traded for the day today, I'm going to consider this the bang day. Let me see. If we close at 40, what would that be? That's a little less than I would want. We would need to close about 41. Maybe 40 and a half. Yeah, we need to close at least 40 and a half and 85 million shares today for me to consider this to be the bang day. And for those of you who don't know what that is, just say I don't know what that is, and I'll post a link for you. It's a good read. It's kind of a long read, but it's a good read, and I think it'll help you to understand where it is that we're at. It's not going to tell you what the future has in store for. Well, it tells you what you have to look forward to, but it's not going to predict the future. Oh, I shouldn't say that. It's not going to give you a time frame. I should say that. That's probably the best way to say it. It's not going to give you a time frame as to when this is going to blow up, but it's going to show you where you're at in the process of the price moving to where it's moving to. So just let me know and I'll post it up in there if you guys haven't seen it. It is a long read though. I tried to make it as funny as I possibly could because, you know, if I'm going to make you, I better at least entertain you if I'm going to make you read all that information. Okay, so this did go a little bit further. I really only wanted to see it hit to like 39. What did I say? 39.90. But it did go a little bit further than that. It actually kind of came down and tested on that 39.79. The reason I didn't want to see it hit 39.79 was because of this point back here. So unfortunately, if that ends up being the bottom and it does start to go back up a little bit, then what we could be looking at is a bearish triangle formation, which would have us breaking out somewhere around like 11:48 or noonish Eastern Standard Time. We'll see what happens. We got to kind of watch and see what happens right here. If we get support, I almost kind of want to see it break past this. If it breaks past this and we have falling volume and falling price, then what that gives us is a descending wedge, which is extremely good for us, because then we're looking at like another price increase towards the end of the day today. So I really do kind of want to see this drop down quite a bit more, maybe to like 39.50 would be good. MS production, allo, ALLO. I'm not sure what that means. Doesn't ring a bell, but hello, maybe? Hello, 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 mate. Good to have you aboard. Australian for hello? I don't know. I don't know what ALLO means. Uh, you want me to look at a stock? I just noticed actually before you wrote that in there, I typed it in and finally figured it out. I went to Google Translate, and then I had to go over and check it out, and it popped up. Hello. Aren't you a silly bloke come on in here and saying hello with a question mark? Of course, that's not what you want. Welcome to the channel. First off, I'm primarily a AMC guy. If there's specific data that you want to see for ALLO, I will pull it up for you. I don't have a problem doing that. You know, that's kind of one of the reasons I'm here, is to provide information to apes. I, however, don't want to give my opinions on other stocks, because when I do, I feel like it's kind of suggesting that people should check something else out, and I think AMC is the play. So that's just how I feel. So if there's something in particular that you want, as far as information goes, let me know. I'll post it up here. I have Ortex data, I have Fintel data, whatever you want. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna comment on how I think it's looking as a play. Um, I just have hard feelings about that. Not hard feelings, but just I'm dedicated. That's probably the best way to put it. I'm dedicated. Not a problem. Like I said, if you want to see data, I'm here for you. I'm totally here for you. What did I don't know what I'm supposed to say, crazy. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, man. It's all about the volume. What am I supposed to say? There it is. Okay, I must have said it, whatever it was. Okay, so here's the deal, right? Like, for those of you who don't know, us guys with, um, I know, I'm telling you, Jamie, I'm telling you, it's crazy how, look at this. I'll take another screenshot of it. I'll take a screenshot of what I'm seeing on viewership. It's so crazy. It's really kind of crazy how predictable we are as people. Let me just take a screenshot of it, right? The craziest part about this is you can almost like if you form it up just right. Let me see if I get this here. If you form it up just right, let's see, and then it's got timestamps down here, right? Let me see if I can kind of minimize this a little bit, and then of course I gotta make it a little bit bigger, and I gotta take off the yeah. So if you look at the timestamps, 9 a.m. is actually 10 a.m. on my charts. So it's actually back. Oh, no, it's 2 hours. Wait, 9? It's saying it's 10. Wait, I'm confused. If that's 9, it's almost 10, but it's showing 10:30 my time. Then it's off by what, 30 minutes? So an hour and a half. So I need to put it an hour and a half forwards to like right there. I think that's about right. Anyways, you get the picture. I mean, you can kind of see it, right? Viewership. It's crazy how the patterns kind of trend. Oh, we might have a spike up in viewership coming here. It's just kind of funny. Anyways, I honk. It's because people walk away hoping it will come back up when they return. Crazy Pepe. Yeah, you knew I was gonna say it. Jamie saying we are on the way back up, so let's see what happens. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Well, here's the thing though. I just drew out the wedge here. This is kind of what we're trading on, and I'm glad we dropped down to this 39.61 range, and the reason I'm glad for that is because if we had stopped right here and price had moved back up and fallen into this triangle pattern where the flat line is right here and this downwards slope, which was a triangle, when it breaks out, it should break out going down because it's a bearish signal. But because we have falling volume, you see the falling volume here. We have falling volume, we have falling price. So we are now in a what appears to be a bullish wedge, right? And so this should break out. I'm gonna say somewhere probably around here. It could happen two different places. There's two different good breakout points, and it's going to be on a level of support more than likely. So you're going to see like maybe a breakout kind of here, and another possible breakout point could be here. Obviously, want the first one, not the second one, but it all kind of depends. Oh man, I'm late for break. Shoot, I'm enjoying my day. I'm liking what's going on here. yeah, so this is kind of what I would see, right? So we have a level of support right here at 39.79 and a level of support at 39.23. So this price action here is going to kind of consolidate slash go down in price. Which is going to kind of help our RSI at these really high levels at 76.79, and on a 30-minute level it's at 76.29. It's going to help these numbers to come down, right? Which is really good. This is healthy action, healthy price action. On a 5-minute interval, it'll drop that some too. So it'll allow us to be able to increase or spike back up in price again. So this is really healthy for this to be moving the way that it is. Don't see it as like a negative thing. What we don't want to see happen is perhaps like a head and shoulder pattern kind of to pop up here, which I'm not really seeing right now. Yes, I am. I'm seeing actually a massive head and shoulder. I don't know how I didn't see this until just now. We don't want to see this either. The trailing shoulder would be, let me look at the time frames here. We got 9:42 to 10:16, so like 30 minutes. 10:30 to 11. Ah, dang it, I drew it. Yep. So then when it gets to the bottom, maybe about here, 10:37, a little bit lower. Okay, so I'm gonna draw a line right here. 30 minutes, 37 would be okay, this is what we don't want to see happen. I'm going to actually move this up just slightly. What we don't want to see have happen here is have this kind of trade down a little bit, drop down a little bit outside of this wedge and start trading just on the other side of this. Actually, it would have to drop below it. It would have to drop below, come back up and support this line. Because if it does, then you have a pretty big head and shoulder pattern for the day, which means that we're moving into new lows for the day, below what we opened up at. So let's hope we don't do that. That's what we don't want to see happen. But as it stands, volume is dropping, price is dropping. We have a level of support going across right here. This could be a breakout point right here, or this could be a breakout point right here outside of this wedge. So that's what I'm going to leave you guys with while I go on my break. Enjoy. I think. Let me see what you guys wrote. Champ, welcome to the channel. In case you're still listening, I don't know if you are or not, but welcome to the channel. We have a good family here. We really do have a good family of people. It's tight knit. It's a good group of people. Welcome to the channel. That's all I got to say. Welcome to the channel, and thank you for the compliment. Oh, think. You said honk, and I was like, I really didn't get what you meant by honk. But yeah, walk away, guys. I'm never going to be pissed off if you guys take off because this is hurting your eyes or something. I get it. It's psychologically, it may impact you to be watching the price being so fluctuating. You're buying and you're holding. That doesn't mean you have to sit here and watch it. I'm going to be here no matter what. If I got 0 viewers, I'll still be here. I'm doing this to document the process. You know where to find me if you want to come back. That's it. So I'm going to go to break. I will be back at, let's make it a little bit later than normal just because I'm kind of leaving late. Normally come back at around, I can normally break from 10:20 to 11. So let's go ahead and call it 10 from right now until 11:10. So a little under 40 minutes. Let me get the music back on. Let's do that one. I'll get the music back on here for you guys so you're not just sitting here listening to nothing. See you guys in a bit. Boy, this is dark music. All right, guys. I'm back, and the reason I'm back a little bit earlier than I said I was going to be is we've got an update on Computer Share, and I got the email this morning before pre-market hours. Pretty early this morning, actually. I think before I even started the show, I got the email, and I completely forgot about it. Last time they texted me instead of most of the information through Computer Share has gone through texting, but not this time. So let me go ahead and bookmark this moment because I am going to need this for recording purposes later. Okay, so basically, normally what I've had happen so far with Computer Share is everything has been texted to me as far as information goes. This particular time, I only received an email, and I'm going to go ahead and show you guys what it was that I got for an email. I completely forgot about this, but and I wish I had remembered about it earlier this morning. The email says your payment instruction for AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated is now available online. Just log in at computershare.com investor to access it securely. Here are some of the other things you can accomplish online. Check your balances, research cost basis information, update your postal and email addresses, certify your tax information, get quick answers to questions. Thank you, Computer Share. I know, Crazy Peppy, the music was really bad. So here's the deal. Computer Share is basically telling me, I think, that my money is available in the account and transferred over, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and follow this link that they've given to me. And I had no luck logging in last time, so let's see what happens this time. So I can't show you guys the actual page because I don't know what's going to pop up when I go into it. If it's something that's safe, I'll pull it over so you guys can see what's happening. And I do want to note that, as you guys can see, we're breaking out of that wedge a few minutes after where my box is there, which is kind of cool. That's good to see. Okay, so here's the deal. This is the problem that I was having earlier this week. They sent me an email basically stating that, you know, they wanted me to go to the investor center and log in. So I don't have an account yet. So we'll have to see what happens. I'm gonna hit login now. And it's asking me for a user ID, and I have. All right, so I'm gonna say forgot user ID. I'm gonna put in my email address, which is the exact same thing that I did before. I really hate their website with a passion. I'm just saying. I can't show that to you. Dang it. Okay. So they said that they've sent me an email to my inbox to tell me what my account username is, I guess. Because I have no idea what it is to this date. I still have no idea. They've never given me one. They never told me to register for one. I have no idea what to be looking for. And this is what I get back for response. The response is thanks for using Investor Center Forgotten User ID service online. Please do not reply to this email. This mailbox is not monitored and you will not receive a response. Unfortunately, we cannot find any information for your entered email address. Please confirm your email and try again. Thanks, Computer Share. So once again, I'm having problems logging into my account because I don't believe that I have an account set up. They have not provided any kind of instructions on how to do that. They've just simply taken my money and not really given me any way to be able to access that. And so now, you know, as an investor, I'm kind of worried. So let's see what they have to say about this. So there's a little help window. I'll pull this up on here. Please provide us with your email address. Oh, I better put that in there. Hold on a second. Okay. I am speaking to Dana S. Hi there. How may I assist you? I do that all the time, guys. I want to make sure what the email says exactly. The email says your payment instruction for AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated is now available online. Okay, I just received an email earlier this morning stating, I'm just going to copy it. There we go. So I just received an email earlier. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger here. I just received an email earlier this morning stating your payment instruction for AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated is now available online. Just log into Computer Share Investor to access it securely. However, I have not been given a login account ID, and when I request one, it says that my email address is not registered or recognized. Hopefully they bought this share this morning when it was underneath $40. Okay, so they've said, thank you for getting in touch about this. Hello, did you recently made a purchase? And I said I submitted a transaction to purchase a share of AMC. There's something I was going to check here. I guess I can put up this information back so you guys can see it all again. Because if you have just recently made the purchase, you won't be able to register yet. Please wait for the purchase to settle. Normally, once you submitted the purchase request, it takes 1 business day to be processed and 2 business days to settle. Afterwards, we're going to send you a purchase advice or statement via mail, which typically takes 7 to 10 business days to arrive. Wow. Oh, okay. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I tried this. I started the purchasing process this last Monday. Let me check my bank account to verify as to whether or not they've withdrawn money from my account, because I guess that would probably make a difference. Let's see if they did withdraw money, because it's going to kind of piss me off a little bit if that. Yep, there it is. Yesterday there was a $40 payment withdrawn from my account. So they've taken my money. $40, but I have no account yet. I would assume that they purchased a share underneath $40 because I did kind of give I did give some leeway. So my guess is that they purchased the share and that share will be ready or viewable by Monday when it's settled. Now, as far as getting into my account, let me ask that question. So I'm asking, so the settle date that was shown was Monday the 18th. Will I be able to get in my account on that date then? Okay, so I had an aunt who wanted to buy shares of AMC, and she went through, I'm not going to say who she went through. She went through a broker and had shares purchased within, I think it was a 3 or 4 day span of time. So this is already just the buying process here. She had no account with that broker whatsoever, period, ever. It was a pretty popular one. You guys would know who it is. It's a good broker, and she was able to purchase shares within, I think it was like 3 or 4 business days. So I registered to buy a share through Computer Share starting Monday, and I did it on the show. If you want to go back to Monday's show and take a look at it, there's a link, excuse me, to the time frame. Tuesday, I got a text from them, had some problems, and kind of went in and did the same process of trying to get into my account. Couldn't get into it. They said that they didn't even come up with a really good answer, and I found out from their end that things, it finally, the text messages that were being sent to me finally went through, and it showed me the status of my purchase. Actually, I'm going to go back to that text message now because I was supposed to be able to click on that text link and see what was going on with that purchase. So I'm clicking on it right now. Okay, so she's saying that I just need to wait for the purchase to settle. Oops. Why is it not letting me in here? Come on, computer. That was weird. I said, thanks for your time. That information was helpful. Have a wonderful day. So yeah, she's saying that basically I should be able to get into my account after the shares have settled onto the account, which should be Monday. So a week after originally signing everything or setting everything up for buying shares. And if you guys want to go back and see what that process looks like, be my guest. She came back and said, then once settled, you can create an access using your social security number. Okay, perfect. That's good to know for that. Okay, so I'm so that's good to know. I should be able to use my social security number, although I haven't set anything up or been given a login or anything, so I would assume I'll get something else. Okay, so that was helpful. This was definitely more speedy than Tuesday, for sure. Your feedback will help us to improve our service. Please take a minute to fill out the survey after this chat session. And I'll fill that out. To access the survey, click the X button beside the operator's name. So here, are you sure you want to end the conversation? Yes. How satisfied are you with the chat service you received today? I was very satisfied. I felt like it was very timely. Did the service replace the need to contact us through another channel? Sure, why not? Was the issue you contacted us about resolved during this engagement? Yes. They told me when I'm going to be able to see my shares. Share, I should say share. What channel would you normally contact us through for support? Well, all I've done so far is online. Oh. I'm going to pick online contact us form. Do you have any feedback or suggestions on how we can improve our service? So they're saying, do you have any feedback or suggestions on how we can improve our service? And I said, allow people to set up accounts prior to the purchase of shares, because that really would be helpful. I can't think of any broker I've ever been with before where you can't set up an account and at least be able to maneuver around and see what it is that they have to offer, their system, the software, all that kind of stuff, while you're waiting for your money to transfer in. As we strive to improve our service, your feedback is very important to us. Please provide us with your email address so we may obtain additional information. So I'm going to pull this off to the side, put that in there. No offense, guys, but you know, there's actually, like, you can get a hold of me anytime you want to through Reddit and Twitter. It's not hard. I make myself pretty available. If you guys want to get in touch with me, I'm not going to give you my email address too. It's my favorite one, man. I don't want to lose it. It's already got enough junk. Not saying that you guys are junk. I wasn't saying that. Just saying that I don't want to have to go filtering through it. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's going to take me a long period of time to be able to get to that share. When the share is settled, one of the oh, this is interesting. How do I get this? I need to send this screenshot to my email. Hold on one second. I need to show you guys this. So this is the purchase status and what's happening. So I need to send this to you guys. This is very, very interesting, and I think that you guys will want to see this. This would make me extremely unsatisfied. I mean, I understand payment for order flow, and you know, maybe some of the reasons why that might. Why can't I do my Gmail? There it is. Why it might be better. But when you guys see what price they bought it at, I think you're gonna be shocked, because my order said the email that I got this morning was pre-market hours. So let me show you what I got here, and I will show you timestamps. So I guess the first thing I'll show you is the timestamp that they sent me this morning for the email, basically stating that they had made the purchase. So I guess that's right here. Okay. So this right here. Dang it. Whatever. Missed it. Anyways, this right here. 6:03 a.m. I got this email basically stating that they had purchased. It says your payment instruction for AMC Entertainment Holdings is now available online. It's basically stating that they've made the purchase of the share, well, it makes it seem like at least the payment portion of this process has been completed, right? So now I'm going to show you the next part. 6:03 a.m. That was pre-market hours. It says 5 hours ago. That would have been 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, so it really would. Okay, so even though it says 6:03 a.m., it says 5 hours ago in my email. But right now it's 11:18 my time, and that's not 5 hours ago. So it really would have been at 5:03 a.m. So basically, like an hour before I started my show, I got this email. So it was definitely pre-market hours. So now what I want to show you is this. Let's see. Minimize inbox. Well, I can only capture part of what it is that I want to show you, because, and I'll have to take another screenshot because it's too big, because I had to send it from my phone. But here it is right here. Let me get rid of this information here. Okay, so it says here, purchase status awaiting settlement, right? So it hasn't been settled yet. Purchase summary, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated Direct Stock Plan, purchase order 10/11. So it shows that I did indeed purchase it on 10/11, which was indeed Monday. That was their purchase order received, was on 10/11, amount of $40. Purchase date, they purchased it today, at 10:14 at 12:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, this is important. Let's check out what price was at 12:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It says price per share, they bought it at $40.06. I told them I wanted to purchase at $40, and they went ahead and purchased it for 6 cents more than what I asked. That's a problem. That's a problem. And my account only shows $40 having been charged to me. As far as I remember, when I pulled it up, let me check and verify. Yeah, it says 40 bucks. So how did that happen? I have no idea. I don't know if this is an additional charge that they're putting on top that I'm going to have to pay for eventually, but let's check it out and see what the price was at 12:11 today. Remember, I got the message saying that at 12 o'clock, or no, sorry, 5 o'clock my time this morning, that they could purchase the share. At 5 o'clock a.m. this morning, what was the time exactly? It was like 5:06, I think. At 5:06 in the morning, my time, let me just make sure time's accurate here. This is saying 12:22, it's 11:21, so I need to do an hour after 5, so 6 a.m. So at 6:05 a.m., price was approximately 37.87-ish, right? So like, we're talking, based on what they're saying they bought it at 40.06, several hours after they said that they cleared my payment. So, they could have gotten it for at least 15 cents cheaper, 20 cents, 21 cents cheaper. But let's go check 12:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What I have on here is Eastern Standard Time, 12:11. So I just got to go straight to 12:11. Would have been right here. If we zoom in on the price for 12:11, and it indeed is $40.06 during that period of time, would have been in the range of the actual price. So they didn't, it doesn't seem like they overcharged me. It's actually the lower side of this, of the candlestick, 1 cent higher than the candle wick. There's 12.06 right there. Or yeah, 40, I'm sorry, 40.06 right there. So they got me in at the bottom side of the price for the time period. So that's good to note. Although it did take them a little bit longer than, they received the payment at 5 o'clock in the morning, but didn't make the purchase until way later in the day, 12:11 to be precise. There's a lot of price action in here that I missed out on. I could have gone in down here. That's a buck. That's almost a buck. It's like $2 $2. $2 I missed out on. It's a lot. I don't know. Go to GME and pull up their charts. Find where you think you might have sold your shares at, and see if it's acceptable for you to have a trade take longer than, well, I guess what market opens at 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 2.5 hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours for the transaction to go through is unacceptable. Even on the buy side is unacceptable. For me, I would not be happy about that at all. Let me take a picture of the bottom portion of what it is that it says down here, because I think it's kind of interesting. It's a little confusing to say the least. At the bottom of that picture that I took on my phone, it says you will receive a text message when your purchase is complete. Please check back to monitor the status of your transaction. What I want to note is that in that last picture that I sent to you, it's saying that it's awaiting settlement, and maybe that's why I didn't get a text message saying that it was complete, because it's still waiting to settle. So I thought it's just kind of odd wording, but nothing to be really concerned about. Anyways, I guess that's pretty much the update on ComputerShare for today on my purchase of a single share through them. I don't really have anything else to add to that, but I just kind of wanted to show you guys what the process is here, what it looks like. It should be important to you, because if you're going to consider doing DRS of your shares or buying and selling of your shares through them, then you should want to know how that process works out for you. I'm really super happy to see that we didn't hit this head and shoulder pattern, that we went ahead and continued to break out over here. I am seeing what appears to be kind of like a wedge formation, but we're already well past the time that I normally do technical analysis. So let me delete all this junk, and do the technical analysis, and we'll come back and we'll take a look. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to draw a wedge here. This is looking wedgy. I kind of want to see a little bit more of a bottom here. I want to see it kind of maybe move up in price action a little bit from here, and we'll take a look at our wedgie. So I guess, yeah, I'll take you over to the other screen. Oh, I'm blinding you. Sorry. And I just had a computer freeze. Man, that's bad. That was a bad computer freeze. I don't know if you guys saw that on your end, but on my end, everything completely locked up on my computer for a good 15 seconds or so. It's kind of weird. Oh, man. Fidelity got me. They got me. Give me a second while I log in here, guys. Yeah, I should have guessed it was going to do that to me. It's been over an hour. I have to say, like, overall, the service, or like, getting through to them and getting everything solved as to what was going on, and how much longer I was going to have to wait. The service was much better than it was Tuesday. Tuesday, it took me 25 minutes to get about the same information. I think it maybe took me probably less than 10 minutes this time. So that's definitely an improvement. But you got to figure, like, during MOASS, man, it's going to be nuts. They're going to have some major lag times on there with people who have problems, and it's going to get crazy. Crazy Pepe. Just saying. All right, dark pools. 57.78% traded in the dark pools for the day today. That's going to be about 62% on Stonko Tracker, and so yeah, still trading pretty high numbers there. Borrow change amount. Earlier they had returned 430,000 shares. Now it's 426.8. That's going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 17.68. And highest level of volume for the call options is currently at a $40 strike price, moving from 50.8 thousand contracts to 72.6. This is so dangerous, guys. So dangerous. Be careful with the options. Be careful. Don't play them if you're not constantly winning. I don't care how good it looks. Puts on a $39, an hour ago, $39 was the highest level of volume. It's now 40. So both the strike price for the puts and calls are the same exact price. We are over the max pain of 38. It was 14.5 thousand contracts at 39 an hour ago. It is now up to 20.9 at 40 now. Wow, we're getting close. We're over a 3-to-1 ratio. Getting closer to 40. Sorry, 40. Getting closer to a 4-to-1 ratio on those calls versus puts. So pretty good size. Going over to Fidelity, looks like we are the second highest traded stock on Fidelity with 44% buys to 56% sells. That's down. GME. Not on the list. That means they're having low volume. Shares available to borrow. Let's see what they borrowed in the last hour here. 12. Yep, that's right. 150. 250,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. 7.05 million shares. So 7.05 million shares borrowed for the day today. That's pretty exceptionally high. Yesterday it was 4.2. So they're getting close to doubling. 44.8 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 156.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. The market is up 4,714 advancers to 2,072 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 1.69. The Dow Jones is up 1.39, and the S&P 500 is up 1.53. Robinhood is up 1.28. Amazon is up 0.68. Cinemark is up 3.13. Doge is down 1.6. GameStop is price stagnation, 0.42. We are up 5.46. Our inflow versus outflow, currently we have 16 point spread for the inflow, resulting in basically our 5.5% increase in price. And let's see what pace we're on here. An hour ago, we were on pace for 119 million shares for the day. Let's see here. Minus. We're on pace for 85 million shares traded for the day today, which is the bare minimum that I need to see happen for me to count today as a bang day. I might have to lower my number a little bit. Let me see what that number comes out to again. 154. It's possible. It just depends on how much up we're in price. If we're over 6% in price, I'll probably count it as the bang. I mean, that's a pretty good jump. It's a pretty good jump in volume and price. Not as big as I would like to see, but it's good. Mm, 1 hour interval. I'd say that's even. Even buying and selling pressure going on right now with an RSI of 76.5, so it hasn't consolidated enough yet to continue to rise, in my opinion. On a 30-minute interval, little bit more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI dropping down to 75.51. Probably needs to be some more consolidation still showing up based on those numbers. On the 5-minute interval, it looks like we're going to hit a sell-off here, or it's not a sell-off, a selling pressure. We're going to see selling pressure here pretty soon with RSI at 55.28, which is just slightly above average. So yeah, so we're probably going to see the price kind of go down a little bit more here, but for the most part, we're seeing consolidation. And it's going to look a little something like this. Oh, that's actually better. Well, that's really signaling to break out here pretty soon. More than likely, you know, and I say this to you guys all the time. More than likely, what will end up happening is it'll break out one way on or the other. Let's see, decreasing volume. Price isn't really decreasing. It's kind of stagnant. Let me just get an idea on what the average is here. Where is it? This one. Nope, not that one. Yeah, that one. Let's take price from here to here. Yeah, so we are in a slight decrease in price. It might break out going up. It might break out going up. I'd rather see it consolidate going down, but you know, it's fine. It'll break out going up possibly, going into this box in here, and then I'm just going to have to draw out the wedge further, depending on how far up it goes. Delusion saying lag from CS contagious. Monty, there's too much pressure building up. They have to continue to release the pressure. That's... Yeah, I would agree. Because what you're stating right there, Monty, is that you're seeing pressure. The pressure is volume, right? And you're seeing the pressure being condensed, right? Your air is being squeezed, right? I like to think of volume as air. Our price action is kind of like I don't really want to say our price action is the fuel, but it is. That's what I relate it to. So price is on a slight compression, volume is on compression. And so you the only way to release the compression is to have an upwards movement in price, and that kind of that it's like a release, like you said. You got to release some of that pressure. So yeah, I agree. Good call. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to hang up my hat, guys. You guys are gonna call it before I do, because I'm not the quickest guy in the world, and you guys will be calling this in no time, and I'm just gonna ride. I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna be along for the ride. I'm gonna be like, "What's going on, guys?" You guys are gonna tell me what's going on. I'll be like, "Oh yeah, 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 I see it. It's there." Like Bondara does. Bondara comes in and he kind of says, "Oh, this is where I think we're heading." Morgan Stanley CEO Gorman says inflation is not transitory. What's Amazon's news? It excites me. It really excites me to see you guys picking up on things. That's cool. I like that. Makes me feel like I'm getting across to you. I like it. I like it a lot. It's cool. Monty, where are you from? I like to get to know people a little bit better sometimes. Also, Delusion, where are you from? Let's take a minute to get to know Delusion and Monty a little bit here. Where are you guys from? Or girls? I mean, you could be girls. Who knows? Did you guys see that? Look at the reversal. Look at the reversal in Ortex there. I just popped it up for you. I just got done with the TA guys, and we saw that they had returned 426 million shares, or sorry, 426,000 shares. And now look at it. It's in the positive now. So they've borrowed 326,000 shares. Monty says, I'm originally from Virginia, but I currently live in Colorado. Oh, Colorado, man. I love Colorado. I really love Colorado. I've been all over the world. I've been all over the world. There's some really beautiful places in this our world has to offer, but hands down, one of the most beautiful places I have ever been is Yosemite National Park. Out of anywhere I've ever been. I've been a lot of places, but Yosemite National Park is one of the most beautiful. A close runner-up is Colorado, and since you can't live in Yosemite National Park, Colorado's not a bad runner-up. It's pretty nice there. So, how's it going, JP? Good to see you. But believe it or not, Monty, I grew up in Virginia my younger years, in Alexandria. Dude, get the hell out of here. Oh my gosh. We have so much in common. So much. Where's my... Oh, give me a second. I gotta pick up a chip here. One of my poker chips fell. Dude, This is so crazy that you're saying that. I've always said that I want to retire in Colorado, but Montana is kind of like a runner up for me. I really want to move to Montana, and I actually played poker with a gentleman within the last year, and he was from Montana, and I told him about how I've always wanted to move there, and he was kind of this rough and gruff, weathered looking man, older weathered looking man, and he goes, you better like the cold. Just like in the scruffiest, like, just like, I hate life kind of voice. And you better like the cold. I was just like, I do like the cold. I love the cold, as a matter of fact. But yeah, I love Montana. I've never actually. I say I love Montana. I've never been there. Montana is one of the few places I've never been, but the pictures are so just absolutely gorgeous. And I think it's on the west side of the state that I'm particularly interested in. But yeah, some of the pictures I've seen of Montana are just so beautiful, and I really have this feeling that like if the crap ever hits the fan, like you're probably going to want to live somewhere up on the northern side of the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like you might want to cross that border on occasion or something. Who knows? You never know what's going to happen. But Montana might not be a bad place to go. So it's in the plans. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But I don't know. I don't know if my wife can take that kind of cold. Um, yeah, Northwest Montana. Um, yeah, Petersburg, Virginia, nice. I'm counting on two things to get rich and retire early: AMC to the moon, and the Euro Millions. It's 220,000 jackpot. What's your price prediction for the day, JP? 53? I can only guess. I can only guess. We did have a nice breakout here going up out of this wedge, guys. I'm not gonna have to move the wedge up like I thought I was. It's an actual legit breakout. I'm honestly a little surprised at how high it's breaking, just because of RSI being so high as it is currently. But like Monty said, the pressure needs to get released, and this is it. Yeah, man, Montana's so beautiful. I could totally live there. Colorado. So when you say so many people are moving to Colorado, what about like Boulder though? Are people moving to Boulder, Colorado? Because that's really the place that I want to live in Colorado. Boulder, Colorado is just gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous place. Like I went there in the summer one time, and I'm really more about the snow. But I went there in the summer one time to Boulder, Colorado, and I just like I died. I mean I could sit out on my patio forever and just sip coffee every single day looking out at the mountain sides with those boulders, and I would just be fit as a fiddle. I could just do it every day. It would just be so awesome. Monty says, I only plan on staying in Montana during the summer and fall months and have a different place somewhere warm during the winter. I'll spend Christmas in Montana, however. Christmas. That's got to be beautiful there. It's just got to be. Yeah, I know it's expensive in Boulder. I'm aware. I think we're gonna get there though. You know what I mean? My family, my wife, we're a blended family over here. My wife and her kids have never been skiing before, and I wanted to take them to Colorado, but at the same time, like, I can't remember the reason why we didn't go skiing. I really honestly don't remember why we didn't go skiing, but um, Oh, I know what it was. I really kind of feel like, and you know, you may not agree with me, and that's fine. But if you've never been skiing before, I don't think Colorado's real. I'm sure that there's places you can go where it's okay, but I think you need to go someplace where it's a little easier skiing. And I know there's plenty of places that have easy skiing in Colorado. I'm not trying to say there's not easy places, but you should go someplace cheaper too. So I kind of think that I was going to take him to like, being that I'm in Texas, I was thinking about taking him to like Angel Fire in New Mexico for the first time skiing. But anyways, I took them up to Colorado so they could see what because they're all from Texas. You know, born and raised here. So I took them to Colorado so they could go see the snow. We did a bunch of um, sledding and just in general playing in the snow, and everybody loved it. They can't wait to go back. So maybe Angel Fire next. I don't know. It needs to be something a little more beginner friendly. I feel like if I zoom out here, guys, when in doubt, pull out. I feel like I'm gonna see something, and I kind of wanted to point this out like yesterday or the day before, and I'm gonna say the reason I didn't point it out was probably because I didn't want to jinx it. So I'm gonna show it to you here because now we're kind of getting there. Um, I just realized what price we were at, but I don't know if you guys see it or not. Maybe you see it already. Maybe you don't. Um, I don't know. Maybe you guys see it. It's not. It doesn't show up really good like this. I'm actually gonna have to draw out a little bit here. Are you seeing it yet? Maybe it's still hard to see. Let me try it. Let me go back out a little bit further. That might be too far. Yeah, this might be too far, but are you guys seeing it? Anybody? I think that's actually probably too pull far. I think 1 hour chart probably shows it the best. It's real sloppy. It won't even let me. It won't even let me completely pull. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit better. Maybe like that. Nope, no seeing it. All right, let me draw it out for you guys. Let's use a polyline. Weezer, Dr. Drake for the Weezer. Dr. Drake got it. I didn't want to call it. I think it was yesterday or the day before that I saw the pattern. I was like, nah, there's no way we're gonna break out. Like tomorrow or the next day. I really didn't think we were going to. I just didn't. And I saw the pattern, and I just was like, I'm not calling it. I'm not calling it because if I say it, it's not gonna happen. But there it is. It formed. It formed it up pretty good. Um, I mean, it's sloppy. It's actually really kind of. I shouldn't say it's really good. That's actually probably one of the crappier looking George W's I've ever seen in my whole life. But what is that? How many days is that though? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days to the middle point. So it's kind of a little lopsided because there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4. We're on like the fifth day on the back side of it. So it was a little early. That's why I kind of felt like Friday or Monday. Um, but yeah, I mean, here we are, jumping out of this George W here, which means this might not be the end of our price increase. It might actually kick up higher than 41.50. But yeah, I love it. I love the fact that you said Weezer too, because my wife and I love that band. That's awesome. I feel like we got connections going on here. You know, like Monty's all Montana and Colorado, and then Dr. Drake's over here all talking about Weezer, and it's like, hell yeah, man, we need to get the sweater song going on right now. Oh, I just moved my Fibonacci. Dang, I gotta remember to lock that. That's annoying. Let me come back out and do it again. You guys may be wondering like what some of these like weird colored lines in here, and it's been a while since I've done it. But believe it or not, those are our price prediction. Oh, this blue line and purple line's not price prediction. These lines up here, these hash lines, these are our price predictions, and I haven't been moving them around. I usually put them in there for our price predictions, so you guys can see kind of like where our limits are at. And I haven't moved them in for you can see where I kind of left them off at, but it's been a while since I used them. Let me get my Fibonacci going on here again. Hold on 1 second. What did I use? I think I might have used this spot right here. No. Gosh darn it. Let's use this one. There, I'm locking it, making it yellow. Putting a ring on it. Yeah, it's alright. That's not bad. It's kind of, I'm actually gonna, you bastard. It's good enough. It's good enough for me. I'll take this. Dr. Drake saying every so often I watch Weezer on YouTube, and then I get 50 recommendations for other Weezer videos. Then I end up watching 45 minutes of Weezer videos. Did you see the I don't remember what it was called. It was where he did like a whole orchestra thing where he kind of did like a mesh of like all of his songs together kind of thing. It was it was kind of like in a bigger size studio, and they had like an orchestra there, and it was all like very um, acoustic Weezer, and it was cool. I really enjoyed that. I really did enjoy that. Some of it. Actually, I kind of got tired of it after a little bit, but it is looking tasty today, Duncan. It is looking tasty. Chicken tendies, Raising Cane's. I could use some of that right now. I didn't eat lunch when I went to lunch. Thankfully, Delusion reminded me about the idea that my money was supposed to settle today, and sure enough, it had. So I went in and a little while ago I went ahead and did the checked out a bunch of the stuff with the computer share. That's cool. That's cool, Dr. Drake. 11:56. I'm gonna have to decide where we're going here in a little bit. As it stands right now, I can take you over to the other screen. Well, actually, I'll just pull over Stonko Tracker. Really? 75 and the money calls at the price that we're at right now. Ticklish? What? Whose nipples are ticking? I had to go back up to read that. I don't know how I missed that. Oh, that's funny. JP. I'm trying to get an idea for what's going to happen here. What is happening? That is falling quick. Sandy is back on stream. Are the money calls good or bad? They're good. Welcome to the channel, Ian. Those are good. Money's being call options being in the money is a good thing. And seeing as many put options as possible out of the money is also very good. But you know, there's a lot of people that would suggest that there's probably a lot of people out there that would suggest that today might be a trap for options. And I actually wouldn't put it past hedge funds to try and trap them, but especially since I don't know if you guys saw that or not earlier when I kind of went through the well, you know, it's time to do it anyways. Let's go ahead and switch over to the other page and we'll take a look at the options there, but you'll see that there's 72.6 thousand options at the $40 strike price, which for today alone, which is really high. I hope they're getting their money's worth, because quite honestly, like, you know, it's very common for them to try and push the price down for, you know, like a Friday close and trap a lot of call options. So how's it going, Sandy? Good to see you back. All right, so let me go ahead and refresh the screens here, and we'll get an idea for where we're at here. Yeah, I know, Sandy. I don't want it to happen either. But we know that it does. So, you know, this is why I always say to you guys, this is why I'm always telling you guys, you know, if you're not constantly winning on the options, I usually say 90% or 80% of the time, you know, like it's just not worth being a player. You know, because you're probably losing more often than not because you're playing the house. And it's better to be the house than to be the player. My wife said the other day, she said, if there's no players, there's no house, right? And so when it comes to options, the hedge funds are the house. And if you're a player, they're making money off you. But when you buy shares, we're the house. The apes are the house when you buy shares, and we're making the tendies. So it's way better to make tendies off of owning shares. Way better. Way more better. It's way more better. All right, let's take a look. Dark pools, it looks like 57.45% traded into the dark pools. That's going to be about 62% on Stonko Tracker when you check that out tomorrow, if it keeps that level up. We've had a turnaround in the amount of shares borrowed for the day today. An hour ago, it was 426.8 thousand shares having been returned. It is now 326.2 shares being lent. So that's good. I like seeing them lend shares. That's going to bring up our estimated current short share interest of the free float up to 17.79%. And taking a look at our options, an hour ago we had $40 was our strike price on the options. For the calls, it was the highest strike price of volume. It's gone from 72.6 to 80.7. Put also had a strike price of 40 with the highest amount of volume. That is still the case. with 26.2. It was 20.9 an hour ago, and it's now 26.2. So we have a, oh geez, really? Hold on a second. We have just over a 3% ratio in volume, with an exact even strike price of 40, and max pain is 38, which means the pain is on the short positions, and we're signaling for what appears to be a very strong 40 price right now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC in number 2 with 43% buys to 57% sales. I keep telling you guys, there's a lot of people who sell shares at $40. I'm seeing it. They also sell them at 50 too. GME is still off the list. I hate seeing this. I really do. I want all the apes to win, man. I really want to see all the apes win, and it makes me sad to see them not on this list here. It's not the end of the world, but just makes me sad. Shares available to borrow. Let's see what they've been borrowing here. In the last hour, it appears that they have borrowed another 100,000. Oh, wait, 1204. Nope. Never mind. That was a while ago. So no new shares borrowed, but they have borrowed a total of 7.05 shares in total that I've seen on Stonko Tracker, but only 326,000 shares being reported on Ortex. So to me, what that means is that they are using a crap ton of shares to try and keep the price from blowing up today. 7 million shares to keep the price from blowing up. Dang near. 6.7 million. 75,000 in the money calls, contracts in the money, to 163,000 out of the money puts. See how the market's doing. Market's still cooking with bacon grease. 4,716 advancers to 2,089 decliners. NASDAQ is up 1.65, the Dow Jones is up 1.33, and the S&P 500 is up 1.48. The Robinhood, not just Robinhood, but the Robinhood is up 1.01%. Amazon is up 0.67, Cinemark up 2.97, Doge down 1.03, GameStop up 0.45, and we are up 6%. We have a 16-point spread between our inflow and outflow, with 45.4 million shares traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of average we have. Plus 216. We're on a pace for 81.9 million shares. I really want to break 85. It's not looking like it's going to happen. We would probably need to see another spike up much similar to this. Yeah. I mean, it's still going to be an increase. I'm going to be struggling. I'm going to be struggling to decide whether or not today's the first day for the bang. I think that it is. Even if we do like 70 million shares, I still say that I want to call today the first day of the bang. I mean, it feels like it, doesn't it? It really does feel like it. And then if you think about what has to happen next, that price kind of has to just kind of stay around the same price, and volume has to start decreasing. I feel like that could happen. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up calling today the bang day. Not as powerful as I would have liked to have seen, but, you know, it is what it is. On a 1 hour interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI heading up at 78.99, which is really high. I mean, I think we're way overbought, honestly. We're way overbought. We need to see some serious consolidation right now. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI really high, 78.5. We're overbought. We really are overbought. Here, on a 5-minute interval, it looks like it's trying to cross over for more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI being at 55.96, which is just jumped up to 57.15. So, but that's, above average. I think we need to see a little bit of a correction here. Not because I'm a masochist, but why? Why do I need to see more? It's not. It would be unhealthy growth if we just continued to shoot up. Makes me want to look at something though. Let me see something. 78.9. So I'm looking at the run up in June, right? In the very beginning phases of that run up, we were actually seeing 78 RSI, right? Right here. This day, what is this? 524. Let's go check this out, guys. Let's use TradingView. We're gonna go back to the to this date right here, 524 on TradingView. I think we have some good information to see here. I don't have RSI. I only have volume, but we don't need to see that. What we do need to see is refresh the screen, because I don't see no price. 524. I got to keep saying it like over and over in my head or it goes away. 524, 524, 524. That's how my mind works, guys. It's bad. It is really bad. Well, hold on. Hold on, JP. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. $524, $524, $524. Right here. Oops. There's 524. This is where we're at, guys. Yep, today's the bang. 100% undoubtedly today is the bang. We made it out of the flat portion. We're in the bang. 100% undoubtedly in the bang. I can't tell you how many days it's going to last. I can probably project based on the idea that this flat portion right here took 3 days. I can kind of give you an idea how long I think it might last for, being in the bang phase, but we're going to have just absolutely monstrous price movement. It's gonna top off, right? So let's, I have this copied, right? This is copied. I already have this posted further in the chart over here, right? That data is right here. So I'm insinuating that we're in this period right here. It lines up. We might have sideways trading tomorrow. We might have a little sideways trading tomorrow. 15th. Yeah. We might have a little sideways trading tomorrow, but but Monday I think we're going to have a huge jump up. a huge jump up in price. And then this is very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Not very, very signature price action for the bang. Price doesn't move a whole lot, right? Volume's going to condense during this period of time right here, right? And so this is the bang, right? This is the bang, and then this is kind of like the stable price with volume dropping, and then you have blow. Oh, guys, look where we're going. Do you see these prices on the side? I feel like a little kid, a little schoolboy. Oh man, we're definitely in the bang today. I mean the pattern is very, very it's very obvious. It's very, very obvious. Yeah. That movement right there, it's pretty obvious. Yep. Okay. My project for this weekend is to make sure that I have you guys ready for our future. So I am going to redo my presentation for synthetic price failures, what they are, how to recognize when you're on the backside of the squeeze, knowing what a synthetic price failure is, because that is incredibly crucial. You guys need to start tracking this. You really need to start tracking it. There's a certain way that we need to track price going forward, and it's gonna help you to understand when you need to sell. But if you don't track price correctly, you're not gonna understand. So I'm gonna put together a presentation this weekend. I might post it this weekend, and all I can say is watch it as many times as it takes you to understand. And if you have questions, ask on Monday, because you know it's time to prepare. It's time to start getting ready. I'm not saying MOASS right now. I'm just saying now is a great time to start getting prepared. We need to just get our ducks in order and really kind of just make sure that we're ready for what could be coming. Yeah. So you see, oh yeah, it's downright obvious. Yeah. All right, I'll do the video this weekend. It's time. I know, Monty. I'm not trying to get you excited though, but it's time. It's time to start getting ready. It's time to start doing some extra research. I'm gonna start reaching out to a couple people that I've been meaning to interview, and we need to talk to them. One of them, I've had a financial advisor who had semi kind of agreed. He's from Charles Schwab, he's a vice president of a Charles Schwab branch, and I'm not trying to push Charles Schwab on you guys. He will. He'll be trying to push Charles Schwab on you, but I think you should go with whoever you want to. But at least I'm going to be asking him questions about our future and what kind of things we need to do to get prepared, and you need to hear that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things to start considering, and the sooner you start preparing yourself, the better. How much price am I expecting on Monday? It's really tricky, Monty. It really is, and I think it would be unfair for me to tell you how much, because if it doesn't happen, then you're just going to be disappointed. And if it does happen, I'm a hero, and so I'm not going to play hero. I don't think I want to play that. Let me look at it. It's really difficult to say. All right, I'll throw a number out at you, right? But it's gonna be kind of like a range. I'm gonna give you a range. I think somewhere in the price range of like 44, 42 to 47, somewhere in that range. 42 to 47 Monday. But that's a really huge range. I mean, and you'd almost kind of look at our price right now and be like, yeah, that seems pretty obvious. You know. And here's the other thing too, Monty. Like, look at my track record on guessing price. It's it's crap, man. It's crap. It's absolute crap. Don't you know what I'm saying? Like, take that with a grain of salt. Like, don't price doesn't matter. Price doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to us. It shouldn't matter to us. It's just a number. It's just a number. But we still have tomorrow, right? I mean, we still have tomorrow to do too. So, but yeah, based on this this pattern alone is enough for me to confirm that that we've moved on to the bang phase. So when I take my break earlier today, or later earlier today, when I take my break later today, we'll be toasting to it, because I'm gonna go ahead and call out right now that today, irregardless of what volume gets up to, I'm gonna go ahead and call that today is the bang day. The pattern fits the mark. I'm not excited about how much volume we have. I would have loved to have seen like 200 or 300% increase in volume, which would have been like 120 to 130 million in shares traded for the day today. But we're just not going to hit it. We didn't have to. We didn't have to. We got to our price. We got to the right price level without having to hit that kind of volume. So that's fine. And it's okay. It is still a huge increase, right? Let me pull it over. Let's just say that we do 70 million shares today. That's 109% increase day over day in volume. That's not anything you should bat an eye at, you know, like that's a big deal. 109% increase in volume. I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot going from 33 to 70, but you know what should excite you is the fact that, you know, at least as it stands right now, we're up 6.33%. $40.5 would be 6.83%. That's a pretty, considering that we had a 3% increase in price yesterday, you should be kind of excited about that, right? Because that's 6, 7, 8, wait, 6.9, almost 10% in 2 days. That's 5% averaging. If I take you over to the True Demon page, or if I take you to the other page and you look at, oh geez, sorry, blinding you guys. How does that keep changing? Oh, I was looking at TradingView. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if you look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, what you have to remember about his MOASS trigger indicators, right above my head up here, is that when those triggers occur, 100% emphatically you are in the squeeze, right? Like there's no questioning what's happening. And so you're going to see the day over day price. If you take the average from yesterday and today, if we hit over, what did I say, 6.8? If we hit 6.83% today, you're looking at like almost near 5%. So that gives us a green. That's 2 out of 3 days that we've averaged nearly 5%. That's one more day of that, and we have a green light on one of the 3 indicators. Then all you need to have is utilization being up over 95% and short exempt volume hitting 3 million, which is 3 days in a row hitting over 3 million, which I don't think we need to actually hit, but him and I can disagree and still be friends. Really, I think personally for myself, I think 1 million shares is enough for 3 days in a row. Utilization, I think, doesn't even need to be much over 92 or 93%, and averaging 5% 3 days in a row. Yeah, you know what's coming. Why did that screen not update? There we go. Yeah, I want to say May 24th. I'm trying to remember because I quit my job on the I gave my formal announcement on May 31st. And May 24th I was going to quit on May 26th. And my friend, one of the admins on this show, John, and I talked a little bit about it, and I had to I had my next day return to work was the 30th, and I worked nights, so I was working through the 30th to the 31st. And I said, you know what, I'll go ahead and come in on the 30th, but on the 26th I was pretty certain that I was going to be quitting my job. And then on the 30th, rolled around and I was like, I knew I was done. I was like, yeah, I'm out of here. And I had the meeting with them, and I didn't like how the meeting went at all. I had given kind of like I need to take 2 weeks off kind of thing. And after that meeting was over, I pretty much told him, I said, no, let's just call tonight the last night. And I walked out in the morning on the 31st of May. So I remember the 24th, May 24th, very, very well. And I think that feeling or that knowledge of what's coming is definitely there. It feels the same. It feels the same. And I'm not telling you guys to quit your jobs. Please do not even think about it. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Because I'm not going to take that responsibility. You ain't putting that on me. Where are we headed? We need to figure this out. Where are we headed? You can't put it on me, bad back. You can't. I'm not. I won't. I will not accept responsibility for your actions. I don't like what I'm going to draw, but I'm going to draw it anyways. I'm tired of wedges. Ooh, this is not a wedge. Oh, guys, we have a bullish triangle forming. Oh, yes. Yes, this is like, I mean, it's close. It's really, really close. I know these two numbers aren't equal across. You can see it when I put it on the top right here that there's a little bit of this portion, but this is a top. This is definitely a top right here. Right? And if I just draw a horizontal line and put it right on the top here, that's our top. We're working our way up a off of a bullish triangle, which closes out right at the end of the day today. We could see some monstrous numbers happening in the aftermarket hours. You remember how most of the action, price action happens in the aftermarket hours? Ooh, boy. Get excited, guys. Get excited. It's worth it. What does Trey say? 3 times? Or does he say 4? I always forget. Does he say 3? I think he says 3. 1, 2. We're getting close to a third time here. We'll probably test this top here one more time. Come back down, maybe fall down to around 40.31 and kind of crawl up here right towards the end of the day. I know, JP. I know. I get it, man. No, not me yet. I'm not quite there, but man, I'm getting there. I'm telling you, I'm getting there. Give your guys yourselves a pat on the back. I mean, going through this last suck phase it's been hard. I know it's been hard on you guys, so give yourself a pat on the back. We're not out of this yet. Don't take any, there's all kinds of things that can happen, right? But give yourself a pat on the back, for sure. He has the fourth touch will break through. Yeah, I think he's right. I see this touching once more, maybe drawing back down, kind of hitting like this level of resistance. Sorry, a level of support at 40.31, and then kind of maybe crawling up here a little bit. Now, what have we seen him do in the past when something like this is going to happen? They fight it tooth and nail. Do not be surprised if we get somewhere along here and it looks like it's going to do what I'm saying it's going to do, and all of a sudden we just see like a massive short attack down, and it'll be super obvious. It'll be super obvious because I'll throw up the Bollinger on here, and you'll know it. You'll know it when it happens because it'll be just completely falling out the bottom side of this red line. Although look at how much of this is unusual price action right here. This right here, this is unusual price action. This is unusual price action. And there's no downside to it. Everything was really healthy today until we got to probably like 12:42 Eastern Standard Time, and we had some of this is kind of unhealthy movement right here. But it did fall back down a little bit. But not enough. Like it should have come back down and touched down here somewhere. So yeah, they're saving up a push. You can almost be assured that they're saving up a push here to try and drive this back down. My mom's sitting there going, "Who's they?" The hedge funds, Mom. They is always the hedge funds. It's always the hedge funds. Us as apes, they as hedge funds. Some AMC news here. This is from Benzinga. AMC is bouncing off support and starting to head higher again. This is not a pennant pattern. I don't think this is a pennant pattern. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not smart. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but this isn't. I don't think this is a pennant pattern. This is what they're showing. They're calling this a pennant pattern. And I would agree that, if they had drawn a line right here and called it a pennant pattern, but the problem is that instead of breaking up like it should have on a pennant, it broke out going down instead. And so they're just picking like two connecting points here and then calling this wedge a pennant, and I don't know. I guess maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be arguing with Benzinga people because they probably know more better than I do. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's see what we do here. Let's see if we touch or we try to break through. This should be interesting. This is our third touch right here. Oh man, it wants to so bad. Smart mouth kid. I know what you're thinking though, Mom. I know you think these things. Like I know how you think. I know you may have not been saying it this time, but you know, in the past you have said that before. Who's they? As Rule, you said when was I last in Alexandria? I worked in DC before and lived in Vienna McLean area. Love it there. So much cheaper than New York City. I lived in. My mom will probably remember the dates better than I do, but I think I lived in Alexandria, Virginia from 1980. I'm gonna go with 81 to 89. I think it might have been 88. No, it was. I think it was 88. I think it was. I think it was. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. Like 80, 81 or 82 to 88. I think. My dad was working in the military at the time. Actually, both my parents were. My mom was working in the military as well, and he was working during the Reagan administration primarily. So that had to be like 82, 82 to 88. Yeah. Yep. 82 to 88. Mom said so. 2007 to 2019. Yeah. Um, I love DC. For those of you who have not had an opportunity to go visit our nation's capital, go do it. Like you need to. Like I just think you need to. It's our capital. Go check that stuff out. Um, there's so much historical stuff there. Maybe it's just because I love history. I hate history. I hate history. I love the idea that you can go check out things from the past. I hate memorization. That's what I hate. I hate it when you sit in a classroom and they tell you to memorize shit. It's like I can't do it. Don't force me. But yeah. Wow, this is breaking out now. There's no way. That's too early. I feel like this is too early, guys. I think we're gonna see this thing bounce off of like 40.90 and come back down. Uh, I mean, you guys gotta go. You just need to go see your nation's capital. And see if you can't have like an appreciation for your country because that's what I feel like when I go there. I feel like I have a sense of pride for my country just from visiting. Like I don't care how much crap our country's gone through. I feel a sense of pride when I'm there. It doesn't matter what party you stand with or whatever. Like there is so much cool history there. Um, it's amazing. And I do think that there can be too much pride for your own country. Like I don't think you should have bad pride for your country, but it's okay to have like, good pride for your country. Healthy pride. Yep. New high of the day heading to 41. Very bullish. I have a chart to update here, guys. This is going to be a little taste for some of you. this is my synthetic price failure. Some of y'all have seen this before. Some of you have not. This is my synthetic price failure chart where I kind of keep track of prices to see where we're trending. I have not updated this in a while. It looks like since at least 9:30, where 41.50 was the last price where we hit a high. We never hit a low that was far enough low or not low enough for it to be considered a synthetic price failure. So since 9:30, we have been trading less than a 20% drop in price going forward. So if we do indeed break 41.50, we're working on a new high. So I'm going to go ahead and continue to count high numbers. So that's where we're at. And the crazy part about this is that these values over here are extremely high, right? This is days to change, right? If you go through here and you look and you see how many days I put in here for days to change, they're low numbers typically, but then all of a sudden something kind of happened, right? Right around August. We had 31 straight days of movement going upwards. Then we had 17 straight days of movement going downwards. These numbers went from really small numbers. Now, I don't know if he's listening. I'm kind of hoping that AMC Stock Master is listening right now because he might. This would be probably right up his alley. He's noticed a change in pattern formations, and I have already told him, or you know, I verbalized to him that he would probably see this happen again. This isn't the last time. There's at least once more that I think that he's going to see a pattern change, and yeah, it's a pretty big pattern change. Some of you guys are going to be wondering. I know this is really confusing information up here. I'll drive to the top. It's price history on the left-hand side, price change. So from each one of the prices, how much it's changed by. Then you have the dates, you know, from and to, and then the amount of days to change. I'll go over this more in a presentation later this weekend, which I'm going to put together. But I guess what I want you to just see though is that there's been a change. We've had a very long period of time where price has been moving in a certain direction, and we're moving into a new cycle here. The pattern is tracking my chart, yeah. So it's we need to have a talk, AMC Stock Master. We really do. We need to have a sit down talk maybe this weekend or something. We have some cool things to talk about. I think you and I have some ideas that will mesh together. But anyways, having said that, you didn't reach out to me yesterday, and I was a little disappointed. I kind of wanted to talk to you. Just throwing it out there. Anyways, let's see. 41.50 is what we're looking to break, though, for new highs. So I will record that down as soon as we do hit that number. And synthetic price failures only happen after 20%. So, and I don't think that we're going to see one of those. I don't think we're going to see another synthetic price failure. I really don't. And another thing that I want to point out to you guys is that when the dust settles 5 years from now, I want you to go back on this day in history. And I want you to look at this day that I wrote down right here, 13th of May. In the future, we're going to look back on this, and I think 13th of May is going to be the day that we look back at this and we say the MOASS started on that day. I have my reasons to say this. They won't make sense to you now, but on the 13th of May, we started our MOASS. We're in the squeeze right now. Believe it or not, we're in the squeeze right now. So, but we just completed, or I shouldn't say we just. back on 8:11, we finished the first half, or sorry, the first third of our squeeze. We're now moving. We are into the second phase of our squeeze, and I think I'm not 100% certain, but I think when margin calls happen is when we move into our third phase. That should be the identifying point, and we'll know it. We'll know it when it happens because the prices are just going to be ridiculous. I didn't give my email, but you can contact me on the bottom left-hand side of my screen through Reddit or Twitter. Either one of those works. Any of you can contact me through Reddit or Twitter, and I'll make it. If we need to get a hold of each other, otherwise I can make that happen. So, but I primarily like to stick to Reddit and Twitter as far as contact goes. Dr. Drake, 100% I agree with what you're saying there. Everything into perspective. Bondaro, I think today we will see volume around 70 million, which means about 200% day to day. Let me look at my numbers. Why do that's not 200%. Wait, how is that possible? 70 million? I'm getting 109% for 70 million. Is my formula off? Track that number. I'm not going to have you do it. I'm going to do it. Huh. Oh, I didn't put the right number. I know what I did. Yeah. Check your numbers again there, Bondaro. You're a little bit off. 109% would be 70 million day over day because yesterday was 33.4. And yeah, 70 million. For some reason, you had me thinking I had my chart all screwed up, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? But no, my chart's right. I just double verified it. 109% of 33.4 million shares would be 70 million, roughly. Because obviously 33.4 million is not exactly what the volume was yesterday, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, check your numbers again. I feel stupid. I don't know why. I feel like I'm the one who's got it wrong though. I feel like you're gonna come back and be like, no. But no, I think it's 109% day to day. So, which is still a lot. It's still a lot. 109% increase in volume. It's a lot. Okay, so this didn't break out as high as I would have thought, guys. Like if we're gonna break out of this thing, it really should have like just kind of taken off, and it just didn't. Hmm. Hmm. Crazy Pepe. Crazy Pepe is gonna like go run outside streaking. This thing hits like some crazy number. I love your perspective, Dr. Drake. You and I have so much in common. you and I like see this the same way. Like I look at this and I go like it's just 40. I just see it as a number. It's $41. So what? Who cares? But I know that a lot of people are like really excited, and I legitimately am excited too. But you know, it's just a number. I'm not. I don't know that I'll really freak out until I see life-changing dollar signs. Yeah, right? Because, somewhere in that deep, dark pocket of your mind, JP says, look, the excitement comes from the fact that it's still alive. And somewhere in the deep, dark side of your mind that that you don't even want to care to admit was there, some part of you want, like, what if this is not, what if this is over? What if, right? The fear, uncertainty, and doubt start setting in. The psychological, um, I don't even want to call it panic, but kind of panic. Yeah, this is true, JP. NJ Fishkill, after hours, it might get crazy. I wonder if we had an influx of buyers over the last few days, and because of T2 and PFOF, you're seeing the huge borrowing today with price spike. Is it possible? Kind of in a sort of roundabout way. Well, no, no, no. I'm sorry. I was seeing your T2 as something else. No, that is not what this is from. This is from. I know what it's from, but I'm trying to. I want to think very carefully about how it is that I say this. So let me pull over Ortex. And of course Ortex is not reporting. There we go. All right. So let's just talk about on loan average age per day. I guess is actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to explain this because there is somebody who did a much better job explaining this than I did, and I'm going to send you a link. That's what I'm going to do. This is going to be so much better, and you will appreciate this way more than I could possibly explain it because I do have a bit of a communications issue with people, and sometimes I don't really say the things that I mean to say as well as I'd like to say them. So there is somebody who actually did the really good DD on this, like, and made it really easy to understand. And he actually did this, like, let's see, 3 months ago. So I'm gonna, and I did an interview with True Demon, and I'm gonna post this over to you so you can see it. There's a link to it. Go read that. That'll tell you why this is happening. And he's 100% right. And basically, I in a roundabout way identified these cycles without even realizing what it was that I was doing. I had no idea what it was I was seeing or understanding how it will work or how you can put it together. But when I saw him post his information on Reddit, um, when I saw his post on Reddit, I said, "Oh, that's how it works. That's the reason why these cycles are happening the way they're happening." And so of course I was like, I instantly got in touch with him and I said, we need to talk. We need to do an interview because what you're saying is 100% what I've been seeing and what I've saw in these patterns and the reason why they do what they do. And this needs to get out to everybody, and people need to understand that everything's happening for a reason. It's all of this is happening for a very good reason. And he does an excellent job of outlining it. Highly recommend reading what he put in there. It's a bit to read, but I highly recommend it. What in the world is this line that I have going on here? What do I got drawn out here? Oh, you guys may have not been here earlier. I drew out a good old Weezer. Dr. Drake knows what this is. I was trying to figure out like what this is. I was like, "Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it?" Nobody was saying. Then Dr. Drake came in with a good old Weezer sign. Right here's our nice Weezer. We had a nice George W. kind of push here. I was like trying to look at this, going like, "What in the world is this line doing over here?" Okay, I was gonna say fish killer. I was like, appropriate. I was like, redirect. No, absolutely, man. I highly recommend the read. It's a really good read. I mean, I could kind of run down and kind of give you like an idea, but I think he breaks it down so much better, and his verbiage is comes across really well. I did an interview with him. If you want to go through my videos and go back and take a look at that and see if that helps you to understand the information any better, if you're more of an audio person than you are a visual person, just go look for like some of my most popular. In fact, I think his video that I did, his interview with him, the interview I did with him was the most popular video that I have, and should be the very first thing that pops up on my channel when you go to it. It should be there. But really good interview, I thought. The guy is spot on. And the sad part is that I don't think he got a lot of credit. He got a lot of credit for his his DD. The sad part is that I don't feel like enough apes have seen it. I really don't think enough apes have seen this, and the information would help people understand that these cycles are extremely important to what happens to our price movement. And we need to not disturb these cycles. And this is why I'm so against DRS, because DRS, I think, could ruin these cycles, and or at least delay them. So when you understand the importance between failure to delivers, the loans that are being taken out by the hedge funds from our brokers, with possibly with some of our own shares, it has to happen. If it doesn't happen, we don't get MOASS. No MOASS. I mean, no lending, no share lending, no failure to delivers, no MOASS. And so loaning out shares is absolutely super incredible. It creates volume. When they loan shares, it creates volume. So a lot of the volume that we've been seeing in the past was because they lent shares. And we need to allow that process to continue. Otherwise, we won't see price moving up. And instead, what you see is if our brokers don't lend shares to the hedge funds, you see volume drop, and when volume drops, you get price stagnation, and that's really bad. You don't want price stagnation, because when you start to get price stagnation and low volume, right? I'll pull it up on the chart here real quick for you guys, but where the heck is it? Oh, volume trends. So general rules and volume analysis, right? So when your volume starts decreasing, right, and price is falling, it's bullish. But what happens when you have decreasing volume and stagnant price? It's not on this list here. And you know why it's not on this list here? It's not on the list here because it's a period of time where you start to see what's considered, shoot, let me look it up. I forget what it's called. It's a D word. 1 second. Come on. It's called, come on, distribution, right? Accumulation is what you want. Accumulation is the period where our brokers accumulation is a good thing. It's a good thing on price rising. Distribution is terrible for the stock price. That's when the price starts to go down. But just before distribution happens, at the top of the apex, you have what I would call stagnation, right? You go from price stagnation to distribution. And that's not even on the Wyckoff theory. I'm telling you guys, this is not even on the Wyckoff theory. I'll pull it up over here so you can see it. Come on, show it. Yeah, Ethan knows. This right here, this area here at the top of the distribution, that's stagnation, right? And that's where you have volume. Volume is decreasing, right? But it's going to start increasing. It's going to start increasing because distribution is going to be happening. But when you have volume decreasing and you have price stagnation, that's just what happens in that distribution area. And the cause and effect of that is price going down, and that is really bad. And what you're seeing right now happening with DRS and GME right now is price stagnation. Look at it. Go over there. Do you see how I'm disappointed about what's happening with them falling off of Fidelity on the charts? And it makes me upset because I want to see them succeed, but they're DRSing their shares. And if you come over here, look what's happening to them. I know this is just on a daily basis, but I've ran the numbers for the last 8 weeks. And I'm telling you right now that they are on a 0.01% price increase for the last 8 weeks. 0.01% price increase week over week. That is price stagnation. And the next thing that's going to happen is distribution. And it's not good. Look at their volume, 1.2. Look how much we differ today. Let me pull it up side by side. Come on. I always click the wrong one. Get out of here. Hey, wait. RSI, go away. Oh, I'm clicked on the wrong one. There we go. RSI volume. Okay, there we go. And VI, go away. I'm going to try and put these as close as I can side by side so you can see the difference. Do you see the difference between what price stagnation looks like? This is price stagnation right here. And this is we're going into a cycle period. Right now we're going into a cycle period where we're going to have we're doing accumulation right now. We're going to be moving into these higher levels of numbers, and very typically speaking, they follow suit with us. But the problem is they're DRSing their shares, which means that their brokers are selling. Their brokers are getting rid of their positions because they don't have to hold them any longer. When your shares are no longer held through your broker, they don't have to lend shares anymore. They don't have to hold on to collateral, so they exit their positions. And so they're no longer in an accumulation phase any longer. They're into the stagnation part of just before distribution. And I'm very, very afraid for GME that's what's going to happen next, is they're going to start to see distribution and the price is going to fall. And that's why I really don't want to see DRS happening for us, because the more we DRS our shares, the more that's going to happen to us as well. Our brokers will no longer fight the fight for us that they need to fight, the cycles that are so critical that we go through to raise the price, the loaning of shares to the brokers. We've been sitting here talking for months, me included, talking for months about how terrible it is, that our shares are getting lent out to the hedge funds to use against us to short the price. But it's the cycle. It completes the circle. It's the cycle of life. It is the cycle of life that causes what happens to happen with a MOASS. And what everybody's trying to do right now with the DRS shenanigans is gonna stunt it. It's gonna stunt it. And this is I'm trying to work on DD for this as fast as I can. The problem is I talked to 2 different people last night, and no, not last night, 2 nights ago. I think it was 2 nights ago. And they don't want to get involved into this until I can get the DD out. And unfortunately, it's going to take at least a week, maybe even longer, for me to complete it all. So it is what it is. I think we're okay for this cycle, just so you guys know. I don't think we have enough people DRSing shares right now to stop us from having a really good cycle. It'll be stunted a little bit, but it's the next cycle. Like if we have to go into another cycle, again, where the price, goes through this whole process, that's where DRS could really mess us up. The silver lining to all of this, the silver lining, because you guys are you're probably freaking out right now. The silver lining to all of this is that DRSing your shares is not the end of the world. It can be undone by simply sending your shares back to your broker. It should be almost as simple as DRSing your shares in the first place. It might cost you something, but in the grand scheme of things, it might be worth it to put them back. But if everybody kind of does that, like if we get to a certain point and everybody realizes that DRS is not the way, and everybody just dumps the heck out of computer share and puts them all right back into their brokers, it's going to force brokers to go to the market to buy collateral shares, and that really could cause MOASS. So if it does take me a week or two to put out really good DD to prove my position, my statement, then so be it. Because I do need more data. I need more data to prove what it is that I'm saying. It's that time, guys. It is time to do let's see. Can I update you on what I've learned as far as Wyckoff goes? I mean, nothing new since last weekend, if that's what you mean. Usually, Ethan, you have to trust me, man. A 9-hour stream takes it out of me. Most of my research and DD and stuff like that is done on the weekends, and my wife will attest to it. Like I went to bed. I'm pretty much was toast yesterday. I was toast. So yeah, most of it comes on the weekends, Ethan. So there's going to be some more diving into it, I promise. Jason, 3 tests and a breakthrough, and then isn't 2x or more of the float enough synthetics to squeeze? Isn't 2x or more of the float enough synthetics to? That's not really how it works. I had to say it a couple times in my head to understand what it was that you meant by that. But is 2 times or more of the float enough synthetics to squeeze? That's not really how it works. The squeeze happens by the failure to delivers, and the failure to delivers are stacked on by the creation of continuous creation of synthetics. And the only way that you get continuation of failure to delivers or loan shares is by the hedge funds having to loan shares from our brokers. And if our brokers aren't lending shares because they don't need to lend shares, then the opposite of that happens, right? No lending. And no lending means no failure to delivers, and no failure to delivers means no spike in price. WRT to DRS and turning off. Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe I didn't read all the. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see all that other stuff up there at the top. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the pro share lending and against DRS theory. Aren't most shares loaned shorted into the market equals price drop? Not always. They can use the loan shares for a couple different things. One of them is to kick the can down the road, right? They legitimately can use loan shares to pay off other loans. So they keep kicking the can down the road, and that's kind of what everybody wants to stop from happening, is that whole kicking the can down the road thing. They think, well, if we stop the loaning of the shares, then they won't have to, they won't be able to kick the can down the road, and that's what we need them to do. We need them to continue to kick the can down the road, because when they do, those failure to deliver stack and stack and stack and stack, and it's the stacking of the failure to delivers that causes the price increase. Go check out the link that I sent of True Demons information. You'll see what I'm talking about. It is so vital to understand the process, the cycles. but they can use them in several different ways. Those loan shares, they can use it to short attack the price down. They can use them for synthetic naked swaps or price swaps or something like that. I forget what it's called exactly. And then they can use it for failure to delivers to kick the can down the road on failure to delivers. So yeah. Right, to cover. Well, see, here's the interesting thing, Jason. They don't cover old loans first, right? So if I pull up Ortex, right? If I pull up Ortex and we look at it, and yet you see like a drop right here, right? Actually, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so I can put my mouse over it and it doesn't like cover it, but okay. So do you see how right here is probably a good example, right? Do you see how the loans go down? The amount of loans go down here, but yet at that same point in time, you have on average age per day going up. How does that happen, right? How do the loans get older if they're paying down loans? And the answer to that is they pay off new loans. They're only paying off new loans, and that's why it's increasing so dramatically. It's the really old loans that are the ones that are causing this average age per day to go up. And so if I were to now add in to this picture process here, if I were to add in failure to delivers, and you see these periods of time. Let me see if I can take another screenshot of this. So now you have failure to deliver stacking. Do you see them? They're stacking here, right? You see it stacking up. And this is what you're going to find on True Demon's information. He's talking about these cycles where failure to deliver starts stacking. Now, of course, the reason it kind of got messed up right here and the reason the average age per day went down right here was because we had share dilution, right? Share dilution was on this spike right here. On June 1st and 2nd, they introduced 51.5 million shares into the system. You can see immediately on loan amount dropped, and immediately after that, the average age per day dropped as well. We had a bunch of failure delivers that were stacking in there, but they paid them all off. They paid them all off, and it went down to nothing. And so that's why we went through June, July, August, September, and now we're in October, and we're finally getting to that next cycle where we're going to start increasing in price again. 5 months for 51.5 million shares that hit the market. 5 months. So basically, figure 10 million shares equals 1 month. So now, with the whole DRS thing that's happening right now, our institutions are going to start selling shares back to the market because they don't need to hold on to them. They're like, I don't need these shares anymore. I don't want them. They don't want our shares. They don't want to hold collateral shares to AMC, especially because it's up in price right now. They don't know what's going to happen in the future, so they're going to sell. And when they do, you're going to start seeing your on average age per day decreasing. You're going to see on loan decreasing, and we're going to have to cover that. We're going to have to start buying those shares that they're selling to the market. So it's not the end of the road for a MOASS, but it's going to act like share dilution to our cycles. That's exactly what it's going to act like. So I don't know how much collateral they have to hold in order to keep their positions based on how many shares we have. I'd just be making up numbers if I guessed, honestly. Figure we put 100 million shares into DRS, maybe collateral wise, that might be like, I don't know, 10 million. I have no idea. But it's going to be some number. Actually, if you had an idea how many outstanding synthetic shares there were, which I do have an idea on what that is, I think it's about a little over 12 billion. Don't even ask. It's a long process for me to try and get into telling you how I know that, but I think there's about 12 billion outstanding shares. that's a drop in the, you putting 100 million shares, synthetic shares into DRS is basically gonna, you know, it might even not even be 10 million shares for them back to the market. It might be a million. For every 100 million that you put in, that might only translate to like a million shares that they sell back to the market. In which case, you know, people who are DRSing shares, it may not have as much of an impact as I think that it's going to have, because it would actually take a lot of shares of DRS to go in order for it to impact us. And we already saw from the Say technology vote that people, as far as participation goes of doing anything outside of buying and holding, is not very high. So, participation may not necessarily be all that strong anyways. Yeah. Turning off lending of your shares could also be damaging. Yeah. Us all having turned off our share loaning could have been damaging. We may have been able to get through this MOASS much quicker if we allowed all of our brokers to lend it at exorbitant amounts. We may have actually inadvertently slowed down the MOASS because of that. I can't say for certain, but turning off your share lending ability for your broker is definitely a way to reduce the amount of shares that they're able to loan out. Excuse me. It's kind of funny. The more, if you ever go watch the movie The Big Short, they started trying to come up with ways that they could try and get the squeeze to happen faster because it was taking too long, and they actually started stubbing their toe along the way because they were inadvertently doing things that weren't helping them. Sometimes when you try to make a process go quicker, you actually make it take longer. All right, let's do. I'm like 15 minutes late here. And look, guys, any of you guys, if you DRS your shares, that's cool. I'm all right with that. It's not the end of the world. If it was killing the MOASS, I'd be screaming at the top of my lungs. And it does feel like I'm kind of screaming at the top of my lungs sometimes, but I'm not screaming yet. You haven't seen me scream. I'm concerned. But I'm not screaming yet. So, we're good. It's all good, you guys. It's okay. We're gonna be just fine. So let's take a look at our stats here. Let's see where we're at. Move that over. Ethan, I will. I promise I will. I'll do some more DD on it. I do have a lot of stuff already built, set up to do this week, and I only have one day to do it in. This is a Saturday off with the wife this week, so I'm not gonna have as much time this weekend, and I already have a video that I got to put together. So I'm trying, bud. I'm trying, man. It's hard to get everything done that I need to get done, and do the 9-hour streams and stuff every day. I might need to take a day off and just sit down and work on, maybe not do a live stream one day and just kind of like work on research. And I wish I could do the research with you guys. It would be fun if I could. That's not how I work though. Do you guys lift weights? I don't know if you guys lift weights. I absolutely hate lifting weights with people. I hate having a spotter. I'd much rather work on my own, and I don't lift weights that I know I can't lift. I know what my limitations are, and I know that limits how much I can, gain max weightlifting wise, but I hate having spotters. I don't lift well. I'm kind of a loner. I'm a loner, Dottie. It was nerdy enough for me to just say that. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Dark pools right now is currently showing 57.54% traded in the dark pools, which is going to be about 62% on Stonko Tracker for tomorrow. Borrowed change amount is at 288,000 shares having been borrowed. That is down a little bit. It was 326 an hour ago. That is going to decrease our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 17.79%. And let's see, at a $40 strike price, wow, guys, who said gamma? Who said gamma? You get a star for the day. I don't know who it was. Somebody said it. I know I saw it. You get a star. $40 strike price is still the strike price for the highest amount of volume. Currently at 93.8 thousand shares or contracts. It went from 80.7 in the last hour to 93.8. Oof, can't talk. And on the put side of things, highest level volume for strike price is still $40 as well. It has gone from 26.2 to 36,000 contracts. So a little less than 3-to-1 ratio now. But still signaling for a $40 closing price. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC still number 2 with 41% buys to 59% sells. Sheesh. I really hope I feel like we just have a lot of people selling. I hope it's not as many as I think it is. I'll find out the numbers though. I'll know in a couple days. GME is not on Fidelity's list of top 30 most traded stocks because the volume's low. What was I doing? I just had a brain fart. Okay, oh yeah, they loaned some more shares. Oh yeah, right there. Looks like they loaned another 300,000 here, and okay, so they loaned out another 300,000 shares. That's going to put them at 7.35 shares loaned, 7.35 million shares loaned for the day today. 75,000 contracts in the money for today, and 163,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. Let's see, how's the market looking? $4,741 advancers to 2,103 decliners. Market looking strong with NASDAQ up 1.71, Dow Jones up 1.51, and the S&P 500 up 1.65. Robinhood is up 0.65%. Amazon is up 0.62. Cinemark is up 3.87. Doge is down negative 0.6. GME is up 0.54, and AMC is up 7.6%. Looking good. I don't like what I'm seeing right here, and I'll tell you why in a minute. 444 inflow to 416. It's getting to the point to where I can't math it anymore. I'm getting tired. 444 minus 416. That's going to be 28 point spread between inflow and outflow. I don't know why I couldn't math that. That should have been really simple. Let's check out. So 28 point spread between inflow and outflow with a, leading us to a 7.5% increase, which is lower than I would think you would get for 28. No, actually it's about right. That's about right. 55.5 million shares traded so far with let's do 390 minus 290 times 390. We are on pace for 74.6 million shares traded for the day today. Bondaro said 70 million. I would probably agree with what he has to say, unless we have a nice little run up kind of going towards the end of the day, which is possible. But I'm going to go ahead and call it. We are in the bang phase of the suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory. Today, welcome to the bang, guys. We'll be toasting to that when I get back. That's what the toast is. On a 1 hour interval. Did you guys see this? Did you see this, George W? Nice, George W. That should be an indicator. Like if price just kind of settles out here for the rest of the day, you know, we might see it rip kind of here in the aftermarket hours, or maybe going into tomorrow. But I'm seeing a little bit of a Weezer. I love Weezer. Let's see, on the 1 hour, what do we got going here? I got rid of all my stuff. No, I want RSI on top, then Vortex Index. Ooh, Vortex Index, man, look at how far apart that is. Way more buying pressure than selling pressure still, with 81.83 being the RSI on an hour interval. Guys, that's pretty nutty. That's pretty nutty. Oh, man, that's nutty. That's good old peanut butter nutty. There's more buying pressure than selling pressure on a 30-minute interval, with RSI at 80.23. On a 5-minute interval, looks like it's trying to turn over with more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI at 60.99, but there's still room for it to move up. I kept this, it's break time for me, guys. I don't like what I'm seeing. I think we're gonna run down here a little bit. I think we're gonna fall back down here. I don't know how far. You know, and I'm sure you guys know what it is. You're seeing it. I know you're seeing it. You guys have been with me for too long to not see this stuff. Dang it, I had the wrong stupid. Eesh. Yeah, so it's probably going to break out here any minute going down. It's tested off of 4090 twice. So what I would expect to see, and this lower side over here, I mean even the trailing shoulder is lower than I can't talk. What am I trying to say here, Casey? Formulate words. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. Trailing and leading. Leading and trailing shoulder. Right? Here's that price action going down. If I had to guess, we're probably looking at like 40.31 as a level of support. We'll probably bounce off that and probably head up this trend line here that we had from earlier. So I'm just going to leave that. Maybe hope for a breakout. I think we had an early. This might have been to be honest with you, if you pull out to like a 30-minute interval and you look at this, I think what you're going to end up seeing is you're going to see a bull trap. I'm pretty sure this is a bull trap that's happening. Yeah, that's a bull trap. Pretty sure. Oh my gosh, guys. I can't believe I was Duncan just texted me and said, "Wrong screen, buddy." Oh man, I can't believe I had that on the wrong screen the whole time. Oh well, my bad. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Monty's right. Stay away from those options. Um, I'm going through what you guys are reading or writing. I apologize for that, guys. That was my bad. I really apologize. I was having a moment. You could tell just from the fact that I couldn't formulate words. All right, I need to get a break. I'm tired. I need to go. I need to go. Um, I'm gonna be back at let's just call it 2:10. I'm gonna come back about 10 minutes. I'm leaving 10 minutes late, so I'll come back 10 minutes late. I'll come back at 2:10. We'll do a little technical analysis going towards the end of the day today, and it bothers me that I didn't have it on the screen because I was trying to show you guys what I was seeing and everything as before he was even happening. But yeah, what I expect to see happen here is this is going to drop down, probably hold like 40.31, maybe bounce kind of off that a little bit, maybe consolidate before running into like the last hour, maybe actually having that break out of this box here that we were looking for earlier. And it was a little early, to be honest, right? Like we had first point or first test here, second test, and the third test. I think they let it run on purpose. I think they let it run on purpose and they set up a bull trap. That's what this was. If you had options and you had a $40 strike, I'd have been selling right here at like, I don't know, 40.90. I'd have been like, sell, sell, sell. uh, yeah, I don't play options though. All right, I'm going to break. I'll see you guys back here at 2:10. We'll toast to making it into the bang phase of our suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory. See you guys in a bit. Alright, y'all, I'm back. A little bit earlier than I thought. I noticed that price was going down there, so I had to come back and fix the screen. But you know what time it is? It's power hour. It's time to get the old keys out here and the bottle opener. And it's, quite frankly, time to toast something really special today. This is not a very good bottle opener, but yeah, it's open now. I don't like where we went. That ran down a little bit further than I thought. Looks like we went actually quite a bit further than I would have thought. But they did have an excess of shares to kind of launch at this. I'm pretty sure that kind of if you look at this from a 5-minute perspective, I think what you have here is you have pretty much what appears to me to be a bull attack, a bull trap rather. And yeah, you know, I think they're trying to catch options here. This is probably a play to try and catch options. So let's take a look at, let's do the toast first. I'm going to put it up on the screen so you guys can see. We're more than likely going to hit, I don't know, maybe 65 million shares traded for the day today. And so what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and plug in like 65 million shares. Just to kind of give you an idea of what it's going to look like. But 65 million shares is a 94% increase in day-over-day volume. Not as high as I would have liked to have seen for a moving into the bang, but the pattern to me looks like we're moving into the bang phase. So I may revise this later on down the road. Price might go back up here a little bit towards the end. We might see it run here in the last half hour, 15 minutes of the day today. But let's just say we close around 40 bucks. That's going to be a 5.51% increase in price. Let's not shoot for that. Let's just say 39, just for argument's sake. 39 would be 2.88% increase on price, which actually would be less than yesterday. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back and I'll revise this. But as of right now, I'm gonna say that I think we're gonna go ahead and move into the bang phase of the suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's what it kind of looks like as far as the pattern goes to me. So yeah, cheers to being into the bang. All right. Sorry, I had a little choking episode before I came back on. I was trying to take a nap, and ever since I had COVID, when I lay on my back now, it's no good, no bueno. Yeah, so indigestion big time. All right, so let's see. Let's take a look at where we're at and where we're going. Let's see if I can remember not to keep you guys on the other page. Okay, 57.68 57.68% of our volume traded into the dark pools for the day today. That's going to equate to about 62 62% on, probably about 62% on Stonko Tracker. I think we had 61.9 2 days in a row. So we might actually have it again. The same price or same volume amount. Borrow change is up to 342.2. It was 288.2 earlier. So that's up. I would expect tonight, I'll make sure and try and get a picture of this tonight. But I would expect tonight that you're going to see that number increase pretty substantially. Although, of the 7.35 million shares that they've borrowed for the day today, that we've seen so far, to me it looks like they're using quite a bit of those to suck us into that bull trap. So estimated current short share of the interest of the free float is up to 17.79%. Highest level of volume, it's stacking up there. At a $40 strike price, it's gone up to from 93.8 to 106.4. Guys, stay away from those options if you're not consistently winning on those things. Just stay away. Stay away. On a $40 strike price for the puts, that's also the highest level of volume, from 36 to 41.6. Let me see here. Was that 2.5? Close to 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 to 1 ratio of volume on the calls versus the puts. Taking guys over to the other screen, Fidelity currently has AMC is showing up as second, highly most traded stock, with 40% buys to 60% sells. We got paper hands today, guys. We really do. I think there's a lot of people that sold some shares today. When I say a lot, I make it sound way worse than it probably is, but even just 1 million shares is a lot. We'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure the numbers will be pretty self-evident coming in the near future here. Looking to see if GME is back on the list here at all. Not here. No GME. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I do not see any new lending occurring. So the total amount of shares for the day looks like it's going to end at about 7.35 million shares traded or borrowed for the day today. So one of the I guess if you wanted to kind of figure out, like, basically, like, I guess the way I look at it is when you look at Ortex, I'll put it back up on the screen here so you guys can see, but when you look at Ortex and you see borrowed change and it says 342, if I sit here and I tell you that on Stonko Tracker that we've seen 7.35 million shares borrowed for the day today, but Ortex only has a record of 342, then what I would suggest to you is that 342 is probably what they borrowed. Well, I'm actually better. It's better for me to acknowledge it as a return. If it's a return amount, that's what they've kind of paid off on older loans. Because it's a positive amount, that's how much they've taken out in loans that will come back and haunt them on failure to delivers. But I would suggest of the 7.35 million shares that we've seen them borrow today, unless, we won't know till tonight when we get the final numbers from Ortex, but I would suggest that this rundown right here from $40.80 something cents down to $39.60, basically $1 loss in price right there. that was probably a good portion of that 7.35 million shares. If I had to guess, maybe even close to the whole the 7 million of it. Real close. So if you're curious what $1 of price reduction on a day where we have elevated volume looks like, that's it right there. And that costs them, pretty dearly to get that down. On the market as a whole, excuse me a second, I got a cough again. On the market as a whole, we currently have 4,591 advancers to 2,272 decliners. The NASDAQ is up 1.66. The Dow Jones is up 1.43. The S&P 500 is up 1.59. Robinhood is up 1.04%. Amazon is up 0.37, and Cinemark is up 3.56. Doge is down -0.92. GME is down -0.42, and we are up 5.3. If you guys are anti-DRS and you try to use today as an example to rub it into GME shareholders, you're not doing anything for our cause. I'm just throwing that out there right now. Don't use Ape's losing as a method of trying to prove a point, because that's not going to win anybody over into you're proving your point. Use sound data. One single day of data is not enough to prove a point. I hope I don't see anybody doing that today. Because just because GME had a down day today and we had an update today doesn't mean anything. You have to look at long-term data. It doesn't mean anything. But it does appear that there's price stagnation with GME. For the long term, it really does look like it. Like if you go to GME and you look at it right now on a 1 hour basis, and you draw, I don't know, let's just draw like an average trend channel, and let's pick out like what 2 months out. We'll just do a month, I guess. What's today's date? Today's date's the 14th. So here's a month. That would actually show price declining. If you take it out 1 month, it would be 8/14. We'll have to go with 8/13. That's price stagnation. Do you see it? It's like almost straight across. Like, yeah, it's going up. Yeah, it's coming down. But for the most part, it's almost straight across. That's price stagnation for 2 months. That's something you can point out to somebody and say, like, look, something's going on here. You're not really moving up in price or down in price. Yes, you are having good days, and yes, you're having bad days, but you're not really having any kind of overall movement. Whereas if you come over to AMC and you do the same exact thing with ours for the same time period, what was it, why can't I see our whole time period in here? It's not letting me zoom out. No, I'll try to get as much as I possibly can in here. It's not letting me zoom out all the way. Maybe I can drag it right here. This actually has, excuse me. This actually has us looking like price stagnation as well. But if you take this and you actually do the calculations on it, which I've already done already and broken it out on another page, we don't have price stagnation. I'm not sure why this chart's showing it as price stagnation, actually decreasing, because I ran the numbers and that's maybe I need to run my numbers again, because it sure looks like it. I'm gonna have to run my numbers again. Taking a look at the 1 hour interval, man, I cannot get this choking stuff out of my throat. It's starting to look like we're heading towards crossing over on selling over buying. There's more selling pressure than buying pressure going on right now. We are at 67.01, so RSI is coming down. Look, it's looking better there. It could reverse. On a 30-minute interval, though, there's definitely more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI at 59.77. On a 5-minute interval, it crossed over, I don't know, maybe an hour ago. Yeah, it crossed over an hour ago to more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 37.93. So there's some big drastic differences just because of that big, huge push right there in the last hour. Man, I'm struggling here. Nothing like choking on your own spit. Let's see here. What are y'all saying? Oh, message retracted. AMC Stockmaster saying, "Howdy, folks. Today's fractal is the late August, late September AMC chart on the 1 to 2 hour, triple head and shoulders." Today's fractal is the late August to late September. Triple head and shoulders. Okay. Active Douglas giving a thumbs up. Salty Dog saying, "Let's go, Brandon." Salty Dog, let's see, Mr. and Miss T, good afternoon. AMC Stockmasters, just to make it clear, and it looks like you posted a picture. This is the picture over here. So essentially, this is the time frame that he was talking about, August to September, and this is kind of where we're at right now. So he's got the devil horns and the head and shoulders pace. But see, the thing is, I feel like we already had that time period though. Because if you look at our chart as an example, like with where we're at, if you come back out to the 1 hour and you look at it, we've already had that devil horn and head and shoulder pattern, and we already hit the flat portion of that. So we're actually, I think we're further along on that pace, because that devil horn and head and shoulder pattern was back here. And then we moved into sort of that flat period, and this is the jump up right here. So, you know, I think we're a little bit further ahead of that pattern. JP wants tomorrow to be 25% SI. I have a beer tonight, so cheers. Cheers, JP. Nikki saying, "Hi, everyone. What's your guess to close?" 40. I think we'll be fighting for 40. It's going to be a fight. It's definitely going to be a fight. I mean, it's only 2:27 right now, and they usually like pushing us down until about 2:45 my time, and then we get like the last 15 minutes. Yeah, so I think yeah, I see what you're going for there. I mean, because it looks like we got the devil horns and the devil horn shoulder head shoulder pattern with the price movement moving down, and then you got like the flat edge right there. But I think we're looking on a bigger picture, not just a minute scale. So I think we're much further along on these patterns. So if you compare, well, maybe yesterday you might, I don't know if you were watching or not yesterday, but you might remember we were looking at the patterns, and in January that devil horn, we didn't really see the devil horns necessarily, but we saw the head and shoulders, and it took about a single day for the head and shoulders to kind of happen. I think it was a single day, or maybe it was 2 days. Then in June or May, late May, that devil horn, each day on the devil horn was about a day apiece. The shoulder head shoulder was like 3 or 4 days. So it was like everything had like tripled basically. And so if you really scroll back out to where we're at now, this devil horn right here, these were, 2 to 3 days long a piece, right? And then you've got your shoulder head shoulder pattern here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, right? And so then your flat portion over here ended up being it should be tripled, right? It should be tripled from what it was in June. So let's scroll back to June and take a look at that and see what that was. Let's see how long. We'll look at the period of time there. We'll zoom in on that flat period and see how long it took. So this is it right here. Got your devil horn, your shoulder head shoulder, your flat period before you had your move up. It was 3 days long, so 3 times 3, so that should be 9 days. Right. So if we come back out to where we're at currently, get there eventually. It was more than that, right? So here's the difference: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it should have happened right here, and we did have a spike up, right? We had this spike up that was right here, but it didn't, and it happened like a day before it was supposed to happen, and then we just had some more sideways trading. So we had kind of an extended period going on here of flatness, and I really don't know what to attribute it to. Yeah, I really just don't know what to attribute it to. But there was what appeared to be kind of an extension of this flat period of time here after this pattern. But I do believe today is that spike up, though, the spike up that we needed to push us into the bang period. Who you AP? Are you talking to me because I did it on Weeble? Oh, come on, man, AP. I'm hurting right now, man. I choked while I was trying to take a nap, and I'm still trying to recover here. I can't even barely get my voice to operate. You giving me crap about doing it all on Weeble instead of showing. You better watch out, or I'm gonna recruit you. I'm gonna recruit you to come on here and chart it out for me. Oh man. I know it was pretty painful for you to watch. It was painful for me to drag around too. I get it. I know. I'm not the best at this, but I'm trying. I'm still trying to make the switch, man. I'm still trying to make the switch. It's hard for me. It's really hard for me. But based on what AMC Stockmaster is saying, though, like it's really kind of funny because this is a daily pattern here, and again, you see the devil horns and shoulder head shoulder pattern. And this is on a minute scale, right? We're seeing this crap on a minute scale. These patterns repeat themselves. It's so crazy. They repeat themselves on short periods of time. They repeat themselves on longer intervals. So yeah, just the patterns repeat. Algorithmic trading at its finest. My verbal explanation was good enough. Well, see, here's the hard part. AP is like, if I want to explain or show something and I don't pre-plan it out and draw it out and everything like that, I feel like it's painful for me to watch myself do it. Um, uh, you know how they say you're your own worst critic. I am by far my own worst critic, big time. This is why I was not successful in music. Um, well, I'm sure there was other reasons, but but I go back and I listen to my own. I don't know if you guys have ever done this or not, but if you record your voice and you hear your own voice singing, it doesn't sound good to you. It just doesn't. And to other people, they go like, "Oh man, it sounds great," And then but you're like, "Nah, nah, it's terrible. I can't stand to hear my own voice." I go back to put these timestamps in. I have to at the end of the day, guys. I go back and I watch my own show through the day. I know where the timestamps need to be roughly, but I get the precise moments so you guys can just kind of click on it and find the right spot. But I have to hear myself talking, and I just cringe so hard. Like, I don't know how you guys put up with me, but you're here, I guess. I am definitely my own worst critic. So, what do you guys think? What do you think aftermarket hours is going to look like today? Because I personally, we've had such like stagnant, pure, price movement in the after hours lately that I just don't even. I normally get off of the show and I just don't even turn my phone on until like 7 o'clock at night to see what the end of it is. Yeah, when the beer comes out, we have green. Yeah, it's beer 30. I'm wondering what the after hours is going to look like today because part of me wants to say it's going to look pretty wild and crazy. Another part of me kind of feels like um, maybe not so much. And it's just going to do what it's always been doing for like what seems like eons. Just a bunch of sideways movement. And if I had to look at like kind of the trend analysis, so I drew this out earlier, AP. You weren't watching. I actually did draw this out earlier today. Um, I mean, you'd be proud of me if you would have seen that, what I did earlier. I guess I can leave my stuff on the screen. But yeah, I kind of drew the stuff out kind of roughly. I mean, it's not really good. This is actually pretty, I don't know, pretty bad, but I tried to line it up to see. Somebody was asking me earlier. I think it might have been Nikki. I'm not sure who it was, but they were asking me what price I thought it was kind of be like on Monday, and I think I gave a range of like $42 to $47 Monday, and I felt like Friday kind of like sideways trading for the most part. And I'm not sure exactly where this jump up in price happens. But to me, it's looking like maybe it's looking like the after hours of Friday. But I mean, that's just kind of what I'm looking at right now. I don't know. I have something inside of me tells me that I'm gonna have a hard time deciding between whether or not today was the bang day, or if tomorrow is going to be the bang day. If volume exponentially increases tomorrow, I might have to change it and say tomorrow's the beginning of the bang. We'll just have to kind of, I don't know. We'll have to wing it. That's the whole thing with suck, squeeze, bang, blow. It's not really about like trying to predict the future. It's saying like, okay, well, yeah, look, here's where it happened. It's pretty obvious because it's already happened, and this is, it should point itself out. I left this bullish triangle on here for a while. It's time to come off. I'm trying to figure out where it's gonna go. Yeah, I think tomorrow's kind of like a. Well, I mean, if you're saying a high of 44 tomorrow, do you think it's going to be like during trading day, or like do you think it's going to hit it in the pre-market and then stick there for like the whole day? Because I could understand like a pre-market jump up and then just hold 42 to 44, hold into Friday. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like if I zoom out here a little bit, like we have like some kind of like multi-day ascending channel. Is it possible? It is. I'm holding that. I'm getting rid of this the George W or the Weezer, whichever you want to call it. I'm holding this I'm holding an ascending parallel channel here. I got 2 touch points on the top, and I've got 2 touch points on the bottom. Yeah, this is a 2-day pattern at least. So if we do trade sideways into tonight, let's say we close right at about $40, right? And we it just kind of trades sideways all the way across. It could make it into market open and still be inside the channel. Dude, can you draw channels? AP, can you draw channels on the parallel channels on? Let me look for it. Ray, horizontal line, parallel channel. Got it. Oh. That would be easier. I'm just curious. I'm curious if we had parallel channels back in June, and if we did, how long did it last for? So I'm going back and I'm looking at it right now. So the jump up in price started in the pre-market hours of the 24th of May, and if we draw a parallel channel there, guys, I'm gonna tell you straight up right now that AP is a master chartist. It is not my forte. Actually, I'm gonna draw on this part right here. Okay, so the 24th and the 25th were inside the parallel channel, but it actually broke out up going above the parallel channel um, on the aftermarket hours of the 25th. So we know that everything's been taking longer, so this could actually run up this channel for like up to 3 times the amount, right? Two times 3 would be 6 days. 6 days could put us up into here, moving up this channel. I don't think that's going to happen though. It just seems so long. 2, 4, 6. All right, I'm going to leave this channel up here. If this happens, if we crawl up this channel for 6 days and then break out of it, that's going to be amazing. Because if that's the case, this is it. This is for sure the final run going into the MOASS. Because that would just be that would put us on such a long run, a huge long run. So I'm going to leave this up here. If we continue to follow up this channel for 6 days total, and we've already completed 2 days, yeah, that's massive. 2, 4, 6. So we'll see what happens. I'm not saying I actually think it'll break out before then. The crazy part about a channel though, an ascending parallel channel like this, is that this is a bearish signal, and you should break out going down. So if we travel up this, and they did travel up it for 2 days on May 24th and May 25th, and broke out going up, it might translate into kind of like a 6-day period here, because their flat part took, yeah. All right, let's check it out. We'll see what happens. It'll be exciting to see. Oh man, look at that. Look at that. Are they really doing this now? Oh man. This is us moving up in price, and they're just fighting it. They are resisting this. They want us to close at $40 as close as possible. The doji candles right there, that is nuts. That's just ridiculous manipulation right there. Wow. Yeah. This barcoding, and before it even closes, this is them trying to keep the price down. Literally fighting the price down right here. Like, they don't want this. The price should be rising right here. This is an attempt to keep the price from rising. Right here. You want textbook manipulation right here? Like, this is it. They can't even keep it from. They can't even short it down. Like they're trying, and you can tell they're failing. What time is it? Oh, it's our time. It's 2:47. I know, Duncan. I know, right? It's like, I've never seen this before. No, it's like we see this stuff all the time, but it's like, are you kidding? Here's the thing, though, Duncan. Like, barcoding, and it's not even after hours yet. I mean, we see that kind of stuff happen in after hours. We don't see that happen during market hours. I can't remember a time. Honestly, I can't remember a time where we barcoded in the middle of the day. I don't know that's ever happened before. For that long, what is that? 5 minutes? 5 straight minutes of barcoding? Wow. That's nutty. Oh, I hope we hit 70 million now just for that. I hope we hit 70 million just for that alone. That's going to help. Where's my volume chart at? Why do I not have volume on here? Wow. I would have suspected there might have been a little bit of a volume increase during that period of time. I can't wait to watch other people's videos tonight. And I do, guys. I do watch other people's videos. I can't wait to go watch other people's videos tonight and see what they have to say about those 5 minutes. I'm curious if anybody mentions that. I feel like my heart's racing right now. 97 beats per minute. I'm just sitting here. That's a little elevated. That's like walking. Might be the beer. Who asked me about price, closing price? Was it Nikki? Let's see. Silent Streamer saying on a different screen, look at Astro's stream on YouTube. He's live right now. Look at his chart being serious. Look at it. Okay, hold on a second. I'll pull it up. I'll go back a little bit in his stream and check it out. Astro. I don't know if I'm. Wait, what? Okay, let's see. I don't know where I'm supposed to watch at, but I'm listening to it, but I don't know what I'm listening for. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be listening to, but I don't know what he's talking about. You just wanted to see the chart, see what you thought about it. Dude, I think that guy's when I was talking about AP being a chart master, I think he's a pretty good chart master himself. I'm not even gonna try to compare myself to what it is that he's got going, because whoa. It looks like he's got like every moving average you could possibly have listed in there on like 5 different Yeah, I mean that's just kind of crazy. I mean, I guess he gets to see like which moving averages he's crossing over there. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, $40. I really do think $40 is going to be the fight for the for today. That's really looking what it's looking like. I can't, unfortunately, silent streamer with my ADD, I can't look at charts like that. That's like too much noise for me. I just get distracted. I needed like a cleaner chart. Like even if I zoom out to my 1 hour here and I see like I don't actually have it messed up right now, but like if I see a whole bunch of Fibonacci lines and everything, it just gets like way too noisy for me. So I really like a clean chart. Um, but yeah. Dr. Drake, trying to sit through 8 people talking at once on that channel is impossible. Those guys are on a different level. They really are. Those guys, they're younger, right? The younger generation, they are really into like that, like group talking kind of stuff, and everybody talking over each other and kind of thing. And so he's part. Here's what's funny. uh, I was kind of going through some of the analytics of the guys, the guys that are watching me and stuff, and predominantly, most of the people who watch my channel are like a little bit younger than me or older. A little bit younger than me, the same age or older, and I should say a little bit younger than me and up. I don't really have a whole bunch of young kids watching this show, and you know, probably because there's not enough um, data hitting them all at once. Like they need to have like lots of stuff like just pounding them in the face. And they're good with that. They like that. They're into that kind of stuff. I'm more chillax, just kind of taking it easy here. Taking a look at your chart here real quick. Probably the last thing I'll do here for the day today, AP. Let's see what you got here. I'm excited. I knew you'd. Oh my gosh! See, AP's on this younger generation crowd here, right? Check this out. Like what the fuck? I can't. I can't, AP. I can't, man. I can do this one. I can do this. This I can do. All this down here. What the hell, man? How do you read anything out of that? That's so much noise. It's like, how do you pick a trend out of that thing? That's so much noise. I just don't know. I can't do it. Anyways, AP's got his trend line kind of going here, and where he thinks we're going to be heading to. Why isn't it letting me? Dude, it's got the front picture of my car up here in the top right. That's awesome. My old car I had. I don't know how that got there, but cool. Drag the bottom ones down. It's not working for me. They won't drag. Maybe I need to refresh it. Part of the problem is I'm in this dark mode. And yeah, see. When I'm in dark mode on my computer, it jacks everything up. So there we go. It's working now. So here's what AP's got here. He's looking at like, possibly a price increase in the aftermarket hours, leading to tomorrow, kind of looking at like the $42 range, $43 range, and just kind of trading sideways most of the day. Maybe a little bit down towards the end of the day tomorrow, leading into the weekend, and Monday 19th. When's that? So Tuesday, he's got kind of like a marker for Tuesday would be the next up drive. Ooh, excuse me. Indigestion. Light taps. No, I don't do those. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, we'll see if it happens. I really want to know what this is about right here. You know, I really feel like something happened right here. This whole spike up, it was like we were trying to do the normal pattern and it just didn't take. They kept it from happening. And so we had to go like a few more days and then finally we got it to take. Choked out. Choked out. I'll do a black slate one for old people. Crazy Peppy says, I'm 25 with 14 years experience. Guys, it's been a fun day. It has been a fun day, but it's time to go. You know the standard thing, right? Eat, sleep, drink, spend time with family and friends, and get plenty of rest. And we're gonna have fun tomorrow. Let's have some fun. So don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.